So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and today we will see a very unique and very interesting crossover between Harry Potter and the Wednesday. And the title will be, what if Harry Potter was expelled from Hogwarts and got invitation by Wednesday Adam to come on Nevermore. So not Nevermore but Nevermore. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The hex caught Draco Malfoy square in the chest and sent him pinwheeling into the suit of armor outside the charms corridor. The crash was spectacular, metal limbs and Malfoy limbs tangling together in a heap that scattered students in every direction. Harry stood with his wand still raised, breathing hard, his blood singing with something that felt too good to be anger. Potter, Malfoy spat blood and scrambled upright, his pale face blotched red. "You're finished, you hear me, finished. You hexed a second year, Malfoy." Harry's voice came out flat, steady. The second year in question, a tiny Hufflepuff named Ellis Mobby, was still on the ground behind him, clutching her arm where Malfoy's stinging jinx had raised welts like rope burns. "What did you think was going to happen?" "I think you just assaulted a member of the Inquisitorial Squad." Malfoy's hand went to the silver eye pinned to his robes, and his smile returned, sharp and knowing. During the performance of his duties, the corridor had gone quiet. 24 students pressed against the walls, watching. Harry could feel their attention like heat on his skin, some of them horrified, some of them delighted, all of them waiting to see what happened next. He saw Ron at the far end of the hall, face white, shaking his head in a small, desperate motion. He saw Hermione's hand over her mouth. He didn't lower his wand. "Your duties," Harry said, "don't include cursing 11-year-olds. Detention refusal is a disciplinable offense under Educational Decree 27. Malfoy straightened his robes with exaggerated care. "Reasonable force is authorized." "But you wouldn't know that, would you, Potter? You've never been much for reading the rules, too busy playing hero." Something moved at the edge of Harry's vision. Pink, his stomach dropped. Well, well, well. Dolores Umbridge rounded the corner with her toad's smile already firmly in place, her wand drawn, her kitten-patterned clipboard floating beside her on a hover charm. "What do we have here?" The corridor seemed to contract. Harry watched her eyes move from Malfoy on the floor to the scattered suit of armor to Harry's raised wand, and he could practically see the calculations running behind that simpering face. She didn't even glance at the Hufflepuff girl. Not once, "Professor." Malfoy said, pulling himself to his feet with a wince that Harry was fairly sure was theatrical. "Potter attacked me without provocation. I was simply escorting a student to detention when he's lying." Harry didn't shout it. He was past shouting. He cursed her. "Look at her arm." Umbridge's gaze flicked to Ellis Mobby for exactly 1 second, then returned to Harry with a warmth that made his skin crawl. "Mr. Potter, lower your wand, please. Look at her arm. Lower your wand." Harry looked at the girl on the ground. She was staring up at him with huge, wet eyes, cradling her swollen arm, and he could see the decision she was already making, the one every student at Hogwarts was learning to make this year. Stay quiet, don't make it worse. Let it go. She was 11, and she'd already learned that speaking up didn't matter. Harry lowered his wand. Umbridge's smile widened. "Now then, Mr. Malfoy, you may go to the hospital wing. Mr. Potter, you will come with me." "What about Ellis?" Harry said. "She needs the hospital wing more than he does." "Miss Mobby may see Madame Pomfrey during her free period. As a member of the Inquisitorial Squad, Mr. Malfoy takes priority." Umbridge made a note on her clipboard. "Come along, Mr. Potter." Harry didn't move. The silence in the corridor was absolute. "You're not going to do anything," he said. "About what he did to her?" "Are you?" It wasn't a question. Umbridge heard it, and something flickered behind her eyes, not anger, not offense, but satisfaction. Like he'd finally walked into the trap she'd been building all year. "Mr. Potter," she said sweetly, "I strongly suggest you come with me before this situation escalates further." He went. What else could he do? Ron and Hermione tried to follow. Umbridge shut the door in their faces. Her office was the same pink nightmare it had been all year. The mewling kitten plates, the doilies, the sickening smell of perfume layered over something chemical and wrong. Harry sat in the straight-backed chair across from her desk and watched her settle into her own seat like a hen arranging itself on a nest. "Tea," she offered. "No, very well." She folded her hands. "Mr. Potter, this is the 11th incident this term in which you have been involved in a violent altercation with a fellow student. Most of those were your squad starting 12, if we count the regrettable incident with Mr. Goyle in October, which I generously chose not to escalate at the time." She opened a file, thick, pink, neatly tabbed, and began turning pages. "I have statements, I have witnesses, I have a pattern of escalating aggression that, frankly, I find deeply concerning." Harry's jaw tightened. He knew what this file was. He'd watched her build it all year, every confrontation, every argument, every time he'd raised his voice or raised his wand, cataloged and notarized and stripped of context. She'd been constructing a case, brick by pink brick, and he'd known it, and he'd walked into every single trap anyway because the alternative was watching people get hurt and doing nothing. "Professor," he said carefully, "Malfoy cursed a student, a younger student. I intervened. If you want to give me detention for how I intervened, fine. But this isn't what, Mr. Potter?" She leaned forward. "This isn't a disciplinary hearing, because I'm afraid that's exactly what it is. I have convened an emergency session of the Hogwarts Disciplinary Board under Educational Decree 31, and they will review your case this evening." The floor seemed to shift under Harry's chair. "This evening, 7 o'clock. The minister has agreed to attend personally, given the severity of the situation." She paused to let that land. "Professor Dumbledore has been notified and has indicated he will speak on your behalf should you wish it." Harry's mind raced. Fudge, she'd brought in Fudge. That meant this wasn't just about the fight with Malfoy. This was the move she'd been building toward since September. The Daily Prophet had spent all summer calling him a liar and a lunatic, and the Ministry had spent all autumn trying to silence him, and Umbridge had spent all year tightening the noose. "And now, you planned this," Harry said. Umbridge's smile didn't waver. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean. You gave Malfoy permission to go after younger students. You knew I'd step in. You've been—" He stopped himself. Saying it out loud wouldn't help. She already knew what she'd done. She was proud of it. 7 o'clock, Mr. Potter. I suggest you use the intervening hours to reflect." He left her office. The door clicked shut behind him with a sound like a lock turning. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the corridor. One look at his face and Hermione's hand flew to her mouth again. "No," she whispered. "Disciplinary hearing," Harry said. "Tonight, Fudge is coming." Ron went gray. "They can't, Harry, they can't actually." "They can," Hermione said, and her voice had that terrible, precise quality it got when she was processing something awful and hadn't yet decided how to feel about it. Educational Decree 31 gives the High Inquisitor the authority to convene emergency disciplinary proceedings for what she classifies as a pattern of dangerous behavior. It was in last Tuesday's amendment. I told you both to read it. I told you. "Hermione," Ron said, "not helping." "I know it's not helping. Nothing's going to help. She's been building this all year and we all knew it and—" Hermione's voice cracked. She pressed her fist against her mouth, breathed hard through her nose, and steadied herself. "Right, we need Dumbledore," she said. "He's been notified." Harry said, "Then we go to him, now." They went. The gargoyle admitted them without a password, which Harry found ominous. Dumbledore was expecting them. The spiral staircase carried them up into the circular office with its whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits, and there was Dumbledore behind his desk, looking every one of his considerable years. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. Ron and Hermione hovered behind him like sentries. Dumbledore didn't offer candy. He didn't twinkle. He looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles with an expression Harry had never seen on him before, and it took Harry a moment to name it. It was grief that already knew its own ending. "Professor," Hermione started, "we have to, Miss Granger." "Mr. Weasley, I need to speak with Harry alone." Ron's hand found Harry's shoulder and squeezed. Then they left, and it was just Harry and Dumbledore and the soft, maddening clicking of the silver instruments. "You know what she's doing," Harry said. "Yes, you can stop it." The pause before Dumbledore answered was the longest of Harry's life. I have spent this evening communicating with every ally I possess on the Wisengamot, at the Ministry, and on the Board of Governors. Dumbledore's voice was steady, but his hands, folded on the desk, were not quite still. Cornelius has the votes, Dolores has the documentation, and the political climate, as you are painfully aware, is not in our favor. So they're going to expel me. I will speak at the hearing. I will present every mitigating fact. I will argue the procedural irregularities, of which there are many. He paused. But I must be honest with you, Harry. I have been honest with you too rarely this year, and I will not compound that failure now. The most likely outcome tonight is your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The words landed like stones dropped into deep water. Harry felt them sink through him and settle somewhere in his chest, cold and heavy and real. My wand, he asked. The hearing will determine that. I do not believe they will snap it. The precedent would be extreme, and Cornelius is not quite willing to go that far. But your enrollment, your right to study here, your status as a student of this institution, Dumbledore's voice wavered just for an instant. I am sorry, Harry. I have failed you in more ways than I can name this year, and this may be the worst of them. Harry stared at the desk. At Fawkes, who was watching him with one bright, unblinking eye, at the sorting hat on its shelf, limp and silent. I didn't do anything wrong, Harry said. No, you did not. I protected a kid. Yes, and they're going to kick me out for it. Dumbledore said nothing. There was nothing to say. Harry stood. Right, 7 o'clock then. Harry, I'll be there, Professor. He left the office. He walked down the spiral staircase and past Ron and Hermione, who scrambled after him, firing questions he couldn't hear through the roaring in his ears. He walked through the castle, his castle, the first place he'd ever belonged. And every stone, every torch, every draft of cool air felt like something being taken from him. He ended up on the 7th floor, standing in front of the blank stretch of wall where the room of requirement hid. He didn't pace, he didn't think about what he needed. He just stood there, 15 years old, the boy who lived, and he thought, they're taking my home. The hearing was held in the Great Hall, which was wrong in a way that Harry felt physically. The 4 house tables had been pushed to the sides, and a long desk had been erected on the raised platform where the teachers usually sat. Fudge was in the center, green bowler hat, pinstriped robes, an expression of grave concern that was so transparently rehearsed it made Harry want to scream. Umbridge sat to his right, pink and pleased. Percy Weasley, of all people, sat to Fudge's left with a scroll and a quill, taking minutes. Ron's brother didn't look at Harry once. Dumbledore stood to the side, not behind the desk but beside it, as if reminding everyone present that this proceeding happened in his school, in his hall, under the enchanted ceiling he'd helped maintain for decades. The sky above was cloudless and full of stars. Harry hated it for being beautiful. Students weren't allowed in, but Harry could feel them, pressed against the doors, peering through the gaps, holding their breath. Hogwarts was watching. The whole school knew what was happening. This hearing, Fudge began, is convened under the authority granted by Educational Decree 31 to address the pattern of violent and dangerous behavior exhibited by the student Harry James Potter during the autumn term of his 5th year. Harry stood in the center of the hall, alone. No chair. They hadn't even given him a chair. The record will show, Umbridge said, standing with her clipboard, that Mr. Potter has been involved in no fewer than 12 violent incidents this term, including 5 uses of aggressive magic against fellow students, 3 direct confrontations with members of the inquisitorial squad lawfully executing their duties, and today's unprovoked assault on Mr. Draco Malfoy, which resulted in bodily harm requiring hospital wing treatment. It wasn't unprovoked, Harry said. Mr. Potter, you will have your opportunity to speak, Fudge said. When? Fudge blinked. I beg your pardon. When will I have my opportunity to speak? Because she's been speaking for 5 minutes and everything she's said has been a lie, and I'd like to know when I'm allowed to say so. A murmur from behind the doors. Fudge's face went blotchy. You will address this panel with respect, Mr. Potter. With respect, Minister, you've been calling me a liar in the newspaper since June. Forgive me if I'm not clear on the ground rules. Silence. Fudge looked at Umbridge. Umbridge looked at her clipboard. Percy's quill scratched. Dumbledore stepped forward. If I may. Briefly, Dumbledore. I wish to enter into the record the testimony of Miss Ellis Mawby, the second-year student who was cursed by Mr. Malfoy prior to Harry's intervention. I have her sworn statement here, witnessed by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. The statement confirms that Mr. Malfoy struck her with an unsanctioned stinging jinx, causing significant injury. Harry intervened to protect her. The inquisitorial squad, Umbridge said, is authorized to use reasonable force on an 11-year-old girl, Dumbledore said quietly, whose offense was walking too slowly in the corridor. The hall was very still. Regardless of the precipitating incident, Fudge said, and Harry could see him choosing his words like a man stepping between puddles. The pattern of behavior documented here is deeply troubling. Mr. Potter, you have repeatedly used magic against fellow students in ways that are disproportionate, Harry said. I used a knockback jinx, third-year material. Malfoy used a hex that left bruises on a girl half his size. Which one of those sounds disproportionate to you, Mr. Potter? You haven't even looked at the girl, not one of you. She was hurt, and not one of you has asked if she's all right. Fudge's mouth worked. The matter of Mr. Malfoy's conduct isn't on trial tonight, Umbridge said smoothly. Mr. Potter's conduct is. Harry looked at her. Really looked at her. Took in the pink cardigan and the toad's face and the small, satisfied gleam in her eyes, and he understood something that settled into him like ice. She didn't care about winning an argument. She didn't care about being right. She cared about power, and she had it, and nothing he said in this room was going to change what happened next. The outcome had been decided before he walked in. This hearing wasn't a trial, it was a performance. He looked at Dumbledore. The old man's eyes were bright and sorrowful, and Harry could read the message in them as clearly as if he'd spoken. I know, I'm sorry, I can't stop it. Is there anything else you wish to say, Mr. Potter? Fudge asked. Harry thought about it. He thought about giving a speech, about Voldemort, about the truth, about what was really happening while the Ministry played politics. He thought about losing his temper, flipping the desk, going down fighting. Instead, he said, Yeah, Ellis Mawby is scared to walk to class. She's 11 and she's scared, and you lot are the reason why, that's all. The vote took 4 minutes. Fudge, Umbridge, Percy. 3 members of the governor's board that Harry didn't recognize. The count was 5-1 for expulsion, with only a thin-faced woman in the corner voting against. Harry James Potter, Fudge said, and he had the nerve to look solemn. You are hereby expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, effective immediately. Your wand will not be confiscated at this time, but you are forbidden from practicing magic on school grounds from this moment forward. You will vacate the castle by morning. The enchanted ceiling above was still full of stars. Harry stared at them and thought, absurdly, that they looked the same as they had on his first night here, when the Sorting Hat had barely touched his head before shouting Gryffindor and the world had cracked open with wonder. Dumbledore's hand touched his shoulder as he walked past. A brief, firm pressure. Then it was gone, and Harry was walking through the doors, and the students who'd been pressed against them scattered like birds, and he was in the corridor, and the castle had never felt so large or so foreign, and he couldn't breathe. Ron caught up first, Hermione right behind. They can't do this, Ron kept saying. They can't, we'll appeal. There's got to be an appeal process, Hermione, Hermione was crying, silently, furiously, tears streaming down her face while her jaw stayed set and her eyes stayed hard. There's a 30-day appeals window. I'll file it tonight. I'll have it on Fudge's desk before. It won't matter, Harry said. It might, you don't know, Hermione. He stopped walking. They were in the entrance hall, at the bottom of the marble staircase, and the front doors of the castle were right there, massive, ancient, closed. It won't matter, that's what tonight was. She didn't build a case because she thought she might lose. She built a case because she wanted it to be airtight. The appeal will fail, we all know it. Hermione wiped her face with the back of her hand. I'm filing it anyway. I know you are. They stood there. 3 15-year-olds in a castle that had been their world for 5 years, and one of them had just lost the right to be there. "I need to pack," Harry said. Going up to Gryffindor Tower felt like climbing his own gallows. The common room went silent when he entered. They all already knew, the Hogwarts rumor network was faster than any owl. Neville stood up. Seamus stood up. Lavender and Parvati clutched each other. The fire crackled in the grate, and the armchairs were worn and familiar, and the Gryffindor banner hung above the mantel like it always had. "Harry," Neville said, and his voice was rough. "What can we—" "Nothing." Harry tried to smile. It felt like cracking plaster. "It's done, Nev." He went upstairs. His trunk was at the foot of his bed, same as always. His broomstick leaned against the wall. Hedwig's cage sat empty on the nightstand. She was out hunting, and the thought that she'd come back to find him gone made something crack in his chest. He packed. It didn't take long. 5 years, and everything he owned fit in one trunk. Ron sat on his own bed and watched, and for once in his life didn't try to fill the silence with words. Hermione sat on the floor by the door, already writing furiously on a roll of parchment, the appeal, probably, or a letter to someone who might help, or both. She wrote like she was going to war, and Harry loved her so much for it that he couldn't look at her. When the trunk was closed, Harry sat on his bed, on the mattress that had been his for 5 years. He pressed his palms flat against the sheets and felt the castle hum beneath him, a low, warm vibration that he'd never consciously noticed before, but that had always been there, like a heartbeat. "Where will you go?" Ron asked. Harry had been trying not to think about it. The Dursleys. Grimmauld Place, maybe, if the Order allowed it. Neither option felt like anything but a different kind of prison. "I don't know." "You'll stay with us," Ron said immediately. "Mum won't even let you argue about it. You know she won't." Harry nodded, but something in his chest told him it wouldn't be that simple. Nothing ever was. He didn't sleep. He lay in his bed, curtains open, staring at the ceiling of his dormitory for the last time, listening to Ron and Neville snore and Dean mumble in his sleep, and he tried to memorize it. The way the moonlight came through the window, the distant hoot of an owl, the smell of old stone and fire smoke, and something indefinably Hogwarts that he'd never been able to name, but had always meant safety. At 5 in the morning, he got up. He dressed in his school robes, force of habit, then took them off and put on Muggle clothes, jeans, a jumper, his jacket. He shrunk his trunk with a spell that, technically, he was no longer allowed to perform on school grounds, and slipped it into his pocket. He left a note for Ron and Hermione. 2 words, "Thank you." Then he picked up his firebolt, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out of Gryffindor Tower. The castle was silent. The portraits dozed. The staircases hung motionless, as if even they knew this was a moment that shouldn't be disrupted. Harry walked the corridors he'd roamed for 5 years, past the Charms classroom and the entrance to the kitchens, and the spot on the 3rd floor where he'd first faced Fluffy, and each step felt like a small amputation. He reached the entrance hall. The great doors stood closed, but they'd open for him. Hogwarts, at least, wouldn't keep him out, not the castle itself, which had always seemed to have its own mind about who belonged and who didn't. Mr. Potter. McGonagall stood at the top of the marble staircase in a tartan dressing gown, her hair down for the first and last time in Harry's experience. She looked diminished without her usual severe bun, more human, more fragile. She also looked absolutely furious. "Professor, I want you to know," she said, coming down the stairs with sharp, precise steps, "that I opposed this at every stage. I will continue to oppose it. And I want you to know that what you did, standing up for that girl, was right. It was right, and it was brave, and the fact that you are being punished for it is a stain on this institution that I will not forgive." Harry's throat closed. He nodded. McGonagall reached the bottom of the stairs and stood in front of him. She was taller than he remembered, or maybe he'd gotten shorter somehow, diminished by the loss of everything this place had given him. "Here." She reached into her dressing gown and produced a folded piece of parchment. "This is a letter of recommendation. It attests to your character, your abilities, and the circumstances of your expulsion. It bears my signature, Professor Flitwick's, Professor Sprout's, and Hagrid's." A pause. "I attempted to obtain Professor Snape's signature as well. He declined, but he did ask me to tell you." She pressed her lips together. He said, "Tell Potter to keep his wand sharp and his mouth shut. I believe that is the closest to warmth he is capable of expressing." Something that might have been a laugh escaped Harry's chest. It sounded wrong, broken. "Professor, where am I supposed to go?" McGonagall's expression fractured just for a moment before she rebuilt it. "Albus is making arrangements. The order will ensure your safety." "But Harry," she reached out and gripped his arm, firm and fierce. "You listen to me. You are a wizard, an extraordinarily talented one. No tribunal, no minister, no pink-clad toad can take that from you. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor." "Good." She released his arm. "Now go, before I do something to Dolores Umbridge that gets me expelled as well." Harry pushed open the great doors. The morning air hit him like cold water, October air, sharp and clean, carrying the smell of the lake and the forest and the dew-soaked grounds. The sun wasn't up yet, but the sky was lightening in the east, gray and gold, and Hogwarts loomed behind him like a mountain losing its hold on the clouds. He walked. Across the grounds, past the Whomping Willow, past Hagrid's cabin where a light was burning and he could hear Fang barking. He didn't stop. If he stopped, he'd break, and he didn't have the luxury of breaking right now. At the gates, he turned back. One last look. The castle rose against the dawn sky, all towers and turrets and impossible geometry, and for a moment it shimmered, or maybe his eyes were just blurring. And it looked exactly like it had the first time he'd seen it, from the boats on the Black Lake, 11 years old and soaked and astonished. He turned away and walked through the gates. They closed behind him with a sound like the period at the end of a very long sentence. London was gray and loud and utterly indifferent to him. Harry sat on a bench in King's Cross Station, his bag at his feet, his miniaturized trunk in his pocket, and watched commuters stream past in their suits and coats, every single one of them certain about where they were going. He'd taken the Hogwarts Express. They hadn't even tried to stop him from using it, which felt like a final insult, the school's resources deployed to usher him off the premises as efficiently as possible. And he'd sat alone in a compartment for the entire journey, watching Scotland turn to England through a window that reflected his own face back at him, pale and drawn and unfamiliar. He had McGonagall's letter. He had his wand. He had about 40 galleons, which were useless in the Muggle world and not much better in the Wizarding one. He had nowhere to go. The Dursleys were technically still his legal guardians, but when he'd written to them, a brief, factual note sent by the Express's owl post, the response had come within an hour. Uncle Vernon's handwriting, large and unmistakable, "Don't come back, changed the locks, the order." He should contact the order. Dumbledore had said arrangements were being made. But Harry sat on his bench in King's Cross and couldn't bring himself to do it. Couldn't bear the thought of Grimmauld Place, that grim and rotting house. Couldn't bear Sirius's sympathy or Remus's careful kindness or Mrs. Weasley's smothering worry. Couldn't bear being the problem everyone had to solve. He was so tired of being everyone's problem. An hour passed. 2. The station thinned out as the morning rush ended and the midday lull settled in. Harry bought a sandwich from a stall and ate it without tasting it. He thought about nothing. He thought about everything. He thought about Ellis Mauby's bruised arm and Umbridge's smile and the sound the gates had made when they closed. He thought about Voldemort out there somewhere, growing stronger every day, and the prophecy he didn't fully understand, and the scar on his forehead that prickled even now. A dull and constant itch that he'd learned to live with the way you learn to live with a bad tooth. He thought, "What now?" "You look like someone who's just been expelled from school." The voice came from his left, female, American, flat as a blade. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it, a reflex Moody would have been proud of. The girl on the bench next to him didn't flinch. She sat with her legs crossed, her hands folded in her lap, wearing a black dress with a white collar, black tights, black boots. Her hair was dark, braided into 2 long plaits. Her face was pale, composed, and entirely devoid of expression. She looked at his wand the way someone might look at a mildly interesting insect. "Relax," she said. "If I wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't have sat down first." "Who are you?" Harry kept his wand level. The Muggle commuters walked past without glancing at them, Muggle-repelling charm, he realized. Someone had cast one around this bench, recently, Wednesday Addams. She said it without inflection, as if giving the time. And you're Harry Potter, recently expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the crime of protecting a child. Terrible business, very predictable. Harry stared at her. How do you know that? That happened 12 hours ago. 14, actually. News travels fast when people are motivated to spread it. The British wizarding community's gossip infrastructure is impressive in a pathologically dysfunctional way. She produced a small black notebook from somewhere and opened it. Harry James Potter, 5th year Gryffindor, Seeker, fought a basilisk at age 12, which I found personally offensive. I've always wanted to meet one. Survived the killing curse as an infant, currently homeless. I'm not homeless. You're sitting on a bench in a train station with everything you own in your pocket. By most definitions, that qualifies. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Who sent you? Dumbledore, the order. No one sent me. I sent myself. She closed the notebook. I'm here to make you an offer, and I'd like to do it before you decide to hex me, because I genuinely don't know how my reflexes would interact with your wand magic, and while the experiment would be fascinating, I'd prefer to conduct it under controlled conditions. Something about the way she talked, the utter dryness of it, the complete absence of pretense, cut through the fog in Harry's head. He didn't lower his wand, but he stopped actively thinking about which curse to use. What kind of offer? I attend Nevermore Academy. She paused as if waiting for recognition. When none came, she continued without offense. It's a school for outcasts, located in Jericho, Vermont. Not affiliated with any wizarding government, not subject to the British ministry's jurisdiction, and significantly less likely to expel you for the sin of basic decency. Outcasts, werewolves, sirens, gorgons, shapeshifters, psychics, she ticked them off on her fingers, and others. The supernaturally gifted, the preternaturally dangerous, the deeply weird, the kind of people that polite society prefers to pretend don't exist. I'm a wizard, Harry said, not an outcast. Wednesday looked at him with those flat, dark eyes, and he felt something pass between them, a current of recognition that he didn't understand and didn't entirely like. You're sitting on a bench in a train station because your school expelled you, your family locked you out, and the government that's supposed to protect you has declared you a liar and a menace. You have a dark wizard hunting you, a scar that connects you to him, and a destiny you didn't ask for that's going to kill you or make you kill. You're 15 years old, you're alone, and every institution you've ever trusted has either betrayed you or failed you. She paused. By any reasonable metric, Harry Potter, you are the biggest outcast in the British Isles. Harry lowered his wand, not because she'd convinced him. Because she'd said out loud the thing he'd been trying not to think for the past 14 hours, and hearing it spoken, plainly, without sympathy, without softening, was simultaneously the worst and the most honest thing anyone had done for him all day. Why? He asked. Why me? Why would your school want me? The school doesn't know about you yet. This is my initiative. Wednesday stood, smoothing her dress with precise, economical movements. I have reasons for recruiting you, and I'll be transparent about them, because I find manipulation tedious when honesty is more efficient. There's something happening at Nevermore, something connected to the dark magical resurgence your Voldemort has triggered. I need someone who understands dark magic intimately, not academically. Intimately. Someone who survived it, who carries it, who can look at it without flinching. She looked at him, and for the first time, something shifted in her expression, not warmth, not kindness, but a kind of stark recognition. You've died before, Harry Potter, or near enough, so have I. That makes us a very specific kind of useful. The station hummed around them. Pigeons cooed in the rafters. The muggle-repelling charm shimmered at the edges of Harry's awareness like heat haze. I don't know you, Harry said. No, I don't trust you. Good. Trust is a resource, not a default setting. It should be allocated based on evidence, not desperation. She reached into her bag and produced a folded brochure, black, with silver lettering that shifted and moved in ways that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the Marauder's map. Here, Nevermore's prospectus. It's self-updating and will answer basic questions. I'll be at the Leaky Cauldron until 6 o'clock this evening. If you decide to come, bring your things. If you don't, she shrugged. Then you'll figure out your own path, I suppose. You've done it before. She picked up a bag he hadn't noticed, black leather, covered in buckles, and walked away into the crowd. The muggle-repelling charm dissolved behind her like smoke, and suddenly the station was loud again and real, and Harry was just a boy on a bench holding a brochure for a school he'd never heard of. He opened it. The cover read, Nevermore Academy for the exceptional, the unusual, and the otherwise unenrollable. Below that, in smaller text, Jericho, Vermont, founded 1791. We do not merely tolerate what makes you different, we sharpen it. The brochure unfolded in his hands like a living thing, pages multiplying and spreading, showing him images that moved the way wizarding photographs did. A sprawling Gothic campus with towers that made Hogwarts look restrained. Students of every description walking grounds shaded by enormous dark trees. A girl with scales for skin reading in a library that seemed to have no ceiling. A boy shifting mid-stride from human to wolf and back again. A fencing match between two students that involved actual swords and what looked like telekinesis. Harry turned a page and found the enrollment section. Under admission requirements, a single line, be what you are. The rest we can work with. He stared at it for a long time. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the letter McGonagall had given him. He unfolded it, read it through, the careful, precise language, the signatures of the professors who'd believed in him, Snape's conspicuous absence that somehow said more than his presence would have. He thought about Dumbledore's face in the office, the grief that already knew its own ending. He thought about Umbridge's smile. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who would fight for him until they burned, and who deserved better than to burn. He thought about Voldemort, who was out there, who was coming, who wouldn't stop because Harry had been expelled from school. The war didn't pause for administrative proceedings. The prophecy didn't care about educational decrees. And he thought about Wednesday Addams, her flat voice, her dark eyes, her absolute refusal to pretend that anything about his situation was okay. She hadn't offered him pity. She hadn't offered him safety. She'd offered him something he hadn't even realized he'd been starving for. She'd offered him a use. Harry folded the brochure, put it in his pocket with the letter and the shrunken trunk and the 40 galleons and everything else he had in the world, and he stood up from the bench. He had until 6. The Leaky Cauldron was the same as it always was, dim, smoky, full of witches and wizards hunched over drinks that steamed and occasionally tried to crawl out of their glasses. Tom the barman nodded at Harry when he came in, and if he noticed anything strange about the boy who lived walking into a pub at 4 in the afternoon on a school day, he didn't show it. Tom was good like that. Harry found Wednesday Addams in a booth at the back, drinking what appeared to be black coffee from a cup that might have been enchanted. The steam rose in patterns that looked deliberate, almost like words. "You have 2 hours to spare," she said without looking up. Harry slid into the booth across from her. "I want answers first, obviously." She set down her cup. "Ask, how did you know about me, about the expulsion? I have contacts in both the wizarding and outcast worlds. When the boy who lived gets expelled from Hogwarts, it generates a certain amount of chatter. I'd already been researching you before today. Your name kept appearing in relation to the dark magical disturbances I've been tracking. Today simply accelerated my timeline." "What disturbances?" Wednesday reached into her bag and produced a thin leather journal, which she opened to a page dense with small, precise handwriting. "For the past 3 months, ley line activity in the northeastern United States has spiked by 400%. Specifically around Jericho, Vermont, and specifically beneath Nevermore Academy. The patterns correlate with Voldemort's known movements in Britain. Every time his forces act, the ley lines beneath Nevermore pulse in response. As if something underground is feeding on the dark magic he's generating." Harry leaned forward. What's under the school? That's what I'm trying to find out. I've had visions. She said this the way someone else might say I've had toast. I'm a psychic. My ability manifests as precognitive episodes. I touch people or objects and see fragments of the future or sometimes the past. Lately, the visions have been coming without contact. They show me fire. They show me a convergence of magical energies. They show me something old waking up. And they show you, me, standing in the dark, underground, bleeding, doing something with your hands that I can't quite see. Every vision ends the same way, with a burst of light that's either salvation or detonation. I can't tell which. She paused. Normally, I find ambiguity irritating. In this case, I find it motivating. Harry sat back. The pub murmured around them. A warlock at the bar laughed at something, and glasses clinked, and the fire popped in the grate, and it all felt surreal, this girl, this conversation, this impossible day. You said you've died before. Harry said, "What did you mean?" For the first time, something shifted in Wednesday's composure. Not vulnerability, nothing so simple, more like a door opening a crack enough to see a sliver of what was behind it. 2 years ago, there was a creature terrorizing Jericho. A Hyde, a monster born from repressed psychological darkness, manifested physically. During the confrontation, I was stabbed, clinically dead for approximately 90 seconds before being revived. She delivered this with the same flatness as everything else, but her fingers tightened fractionally on her coffee cup. During those 90 seconds, I saw things, felt things. The experience fundamentally altered my psychic abilities and my relationship with death. I suspect your experience with the killing curse did something similar to you. Harry's scar prickled, not painfully, more like a vibration, a resonance, as if something in what she'd said had struck a frequency that the mark on his forehead recognized. I didn't feel anything when it happened. Harry said, I was a baby. You didn't need to feel it consciously. The mark it left on you isn't psychological, it's metaphysical. You carry death inside you, Harry, not as a curse and not as a wound, as a capability. Most people spend their entire lives trying not to think about death. You and I have been inside it, and we came back, and that changes what we are. She picked up her coffee and drank. At Nevermore, that makes you interesting. In the context of what's happening beneath the school, it makes you essential. And if I say no, then I'll find another way. I always do. But it will take longer, and the timelines in my visions suggest we don't have the luxury of longer. She set her cup down. I should be clear about something. I'm not rescuing you. You don't strike me as someone who wants to be rescued, and I'm not someone who rescues people. I'm proposing an alliance of mutual benefit. You need a school, a purpose, and a place to develop your abilities without political interference. I need someone with your specific relationship to dark magic. We each have what the other requires. Harry studied her face. The pale skin, the dark braids, the complete absence of anything soft or reassuring. She was nothing like anyone he'd ever met. She wasn't warm like Hermione or loyal like Ron or wise like Dumbledore. She was cold and sharp and honest, and she looked at him like he was a weapon she intended to use, and somehow that was more comforting than any kindness he'd received today, because she wasn't pretending. She wasn't telling him it would be okay. She was telling him it was bad and it was going to get worse, and she wanted him to help fight it. And that, the fighting, was the one thing Harry had always been good at. I need to tell people, he said. Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, they'll worry. Of course, I'd expect nothing less. Nevermore isn't a secret society, it's a school. You can correspond with anyone you wish. We have postal arrangements that aren't owl-dependent, though owls are also acceptable. Harry almost smiled at that. How do we get there, Portkey? I have one prepared. She produced a small object from her bag, a chess piece, a black queen which pulsed faintly with blue light. International Portkey, registered through the American Magical Congress, legal, documented, and traceable. Before you worry. I wasn't going to worry about that. You should have. You're far too trusting for someone with your history of betrayals. Harry looked at the Portkey. He looked at Wednesday Addams. He thought about Hogwarts and the gates closing behind him and the sound of Fudge's voice reading the verdict. Then he thought about the brochure in his pocket. "We do not merely tolerate what makes you different, we sharpen it. When do we leave?" he said. "Now, if you're ready." Harry wrote 3 letters. One to Ron and Hermione, explaining what he was doing and where he was going, asking them not to worry, knowing they would anyway. One to Dumbledore, shorter, more formal, saying simply that he'd found an alternative and would be in touch. One to Sirius, which was the hardest. He started and stopped 3 times before settling on, "Gone to America. New school, not running, choosing. I'll explain when I can. Don't do anything stupid, that's my job." He gave all 3 to Tom, who agreed to send them by owl post and didn't ask questions. Then he sat back down across from Wednesday Addams, and she placed the Black Queen on the table between them, and she said, "Touch it on 3. 1, 2. Harry reached out on 3, the leaky cauldron disappeared. The world spun, the familiar gut-hook sensation of portkey travel, yanking him forward through a void of color and pressure. He kept his eyes open this time. He'd learned not to close them. The spin lasted longer than any portkey he'd taken before. Transatlantic, he realized, a crossing that compressed an ocean into 3 seconds of dislocation. He felt the distance in his bones, in the stretch and snap of the magic carrying them, and for one vertiginous instant he was nowhere at all, belonging to nothing, a point of consciousness suspended between 2 continents, 2 worlds, 2 lives. Then gravity returned, and his feet hit solid ground, and he stumbled but didn't fall. Trees. Enormous, ancient trees, dark-barked and heavy with leaves that rustled in a cold wind that smelled nothing like Scotland. The sky was overcast, low and gray, and through the gaps in the canopy Harry could see the tops of buildings, stone and iron, Gothic spires and pointed arches. A clock tower in the distance with hands that moved counterclockwise. And the school. Rising above the tree line like something that had grown from the earth, rather than been built on it. Towers and turrets and walls of dark stone, stained glass windows that gleamed even without sunlight, a wrought iron gate that stood open at the end of a long gravel drive. It was nothing like Hogwarts, where Hogwarts was warm and golden and ancient. This place was sharp and silver and something else entirely. Something that didn't try to comfort. Wednesday stood beside him, entirely unruffled by the portkey travel. She adjusted her collar and looked at the school with an expression Harry couldn't read. "Welcome to Nevermore Academy," she said. A raven screamed somewhere in the trees. The wind picked up, carrying with it a sound from deep underground, or maybe Harry imagined it, a low, rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. His scar prickled, his wand warmed in his pocket. And Harry Potter, expelled and exiled and angrier than he'd ever been in his life, walked toward the gates of his new school and didn't look back. Chapter 2. Nevermore. The gravel crunched under Harry's trainers with each step, and the sound felt too loud in the strange silence of the grounds. No birds sang except the raven that had screamed when they arrived, and even it had gone quiet, as if the entire property were holding its breath to see what the newcomer would do. Wednesday walked beside him with the unhurried pace of someone who owned the ground beneath her feet. She didn't narrate, she didn't point things out. She just walked, and Harry was grateful for it. His eyes were doing enough work on their own. The gates they passed through were wrought iron twisted into shapes that moved when he wasn't looking directly at them. Thorned vines, clawed hands. A pair of ravens with their beaks open mid-cry. The metal was cold to the touch. He brushed it with his fingertips as he passed, and something in it hummed, a vibration that ran up his arm and into his chest and settled there alongside the pulse he'd felt since landing. Beyond the gates, the grounds opened up. The lawns were immaculate but strange. The grass was darker than any he'd seen, almost black-green, and it grew in patterns that suggested cultivation by something other than a groundskeeper. Hedges lined the paths, sculpted into shapes he couldn't quite identify. He thought one might be a wolf. Another looked like a many-armed figure in the middle of a dance. A third was a tree inside a tree, recursive and dizzying if he looked at it too long. Students moved across the grounds in clusters of 2 and 3. Harry clocked the uniforms immediately, black blazers with purple piping, gray trousers or skirts, and ties in 4 distinct colors, not so different from Hogwarts on the surface. But the students themselves. A boy walked past whose skin was faintly scaled, iridescent green patches running down his neck and disappearing under his collar. He was laughing at something a girl beside him had said, a girl whose hair was not hair but something fibrous and alive, each strand moving independently, coiling and uncoiling like the tentacles of a sea creature. She caught Harry staring and winked. One of her eyes was gold. The other was pupilless black. A group of 4 sat on the lawn near a massive oak, and one of them was practicing something. His hands moved in complex patterns, and the air between his palms shimmered and twisted, forming shapes that hurt to look at. Geometry that shouldn't have existed. His friend reached out and flicked the construct, and it shattered into sparks that drifted upward and became butterflies before dissolving. The student body consists of approximately 300 outcasts, divided into 4 houses based on type. Wednesday said, breaking her silence as if she'd decided he'd absorbed enough on his own. Fangs, werewolves, and other lycanthropic types. Scales, sirens, gorgons, aquatic adjacent. Stoners, gorgons used to be here, but the taxonomy was revised. Now it's primarily earth-connected types, including some plant-based variants, and claws, psychics, telekinetics, and the miscellaneous I'm in claws. What house would I be in? Unknown. You're unprecedented. Nevermore has never enrolled a wizard. She paused at the base of a broad stone staircase that led to the school's main entrance, a pair of doors twice Harry's height, carved with scenes he couldn't parse at a glance. Which is why this next part may be difficult. The doors opened before she touched them. The entrance hall beyond was a cathedral of dark stone and stained glass, and standing in its center, as if she'd been waiting, which she almost certainly had, was a woman who looked like she'd been designed by someone who wanted to intimidate without appearing to try. Tall. Blonde. Impeccably dressed in a dove-gray suit that probably cost more than everything Harry owned combined. Her posture was military, her face was a mask of composed authority, and her eyes, pale blue, sharp enough to cut, landed on Harry like a searchlight. Wednesday, she said, and her voice was controlled in the way that suggested significant effort. When you said you were going to London for personal research, I assumed you meant the British Library. The British Library was closed on Tuesdays. You brought a wizard to my school. I brought a student who needs a school to yours. The distinction matters. The woman's gaze moved from Wednesday to Harry. He felt it pass over him like a physical thing, evaluating, categorizing, filing. She took in his muggle clothes, his unruly hair, the wand-shaped bulge in his jacket pocket, and the scar on his forehead, which seemed to interest her the least of everything she observed. Harry Potter, she said, not a question. Yes, ma'am. Something in her expression shifted, surprise, maybe, at the politeness. I'm Principal Larissa Weems. Welcome to Nevermore Academy, though I should clarify that your welcome is entirely provisional and contingent on a conversation that Wednesday should have facilitated before bringing you across an ocean. In my defense, Wednesday said, the situation was time-sensitive. The situation is always time-sensitive with you. That's what makes you exhausting. Weems turned on her heel. Both of you, my office, now. She walked, and they followed, and Harry had the disorienting sensation of being 14 and trailing behind McGonagall after a particularly egregious rule violation. Except this corridor was darker. The portraits on the walls weren't wizarding photographs, but oil paintings, whose subjects seemed to move only when viewed peripherally. And the woman leading him was an unknown quantity in a way McGonagall had never been. Weems's office was on the 2nd floor. Wood-paneled, high-ceilinged, dominated by a desk that looked like it had been carved from a single block of something that wasn't quite wood. Behind the desk, a window looked out onto the grounds, and through it Harry could see the clock tower with its backward-running hands. Sit. Harry sat. Wednesday didn't. She stood by the window, arms crossed, as if she'd already calculated the trajectory of this conversation and was merely waiting for it to arrive at its destination. Weems settled behind her desk and folded her hands. Mr. Potter, let me be direct with you, since Wednesday has clearly already been direct in her own way. Nevermore Academy exists to serve outcast students, beings with innate supernatural abilities that place them outside the boundaries of normal society. We are not a wizarding school. We do not teach wand magic. We are not, in any capacity, affiliated with or subject to the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic or the American Magical Congress. I understand. I don't think you do, not yet, she leaned forward. Wizards and outcasts have existed in parallel for centuries, Mr. Potter, and that parallel has been maintained by mutual agreement and mutual avoidance. The wizarding world considers outcasts to be, at best, magical creatures to be regulated. At worst, dark beings to be contained. The outcast community, for its part, considers wizards to be colonizers who built their entire society by codifying stolen power into stick-based parlor tricks. Harry blinked. Stick-based, parlor tricks. Yes, I'm paraphrasing, but the sentiment is common. Your enrollment here would be, to my knowledge, the first time a wand-carrying wizard has attended an outcast institution in over 200 years. The political implications alone would be fascinating, Wednesday said from the window, and strategically valuable, Wednesday. The wizarding world just expelled their most famous student for protecting a child. Every newspaper in Britain is going to cover this. If Nevermore takes him in, we demonstrate that outcast institutions uphold values the wizarding world has abandoned. The optics are, I am not interested in optics. You should be. You navigate politics every single day to keep this school open. Potter's enrollment gives you leverage with the American Congress, cover against British ministry interference, and a public relations narrative that writes itself. Wednesday turned from the window. Also, he's in danger, he has nowhere else to go, and it's the right thing to do. But I assumed the strategic argument would be more persuasive. Weems stared at Wednesday for a long moment. Harry got the impression this was a dynamic with deep roots, two strong wills that had been grinding against each other long enough to develop grooves. Then Weems turned to Harry. Why are you here, Mr. Potter? In your own words. Harry thought about it. He thought about lying, about saying something diplomatic or strategic or whatever Wednesday would have wanted him to say. But he was so tired of performing, of being the boy who lived for cameras and tribunals and people who wanted him to be a symbol instead of a person. Because I got thrown out of the only place I've ever belonged, he said, and a stranger on a bench told me there might be somewhere else, and I don't have a better option. And he stopped, started again. I'm tired of being somewhere I have to fight just to be allowed to exist. If your school is what she says it is, a place for people who don't fit anywhere else, then maybe I fit here. I don't know, but I'd like the chance to find out. The office was quiet. The backward clock ticked softly from the tower outside. Weems studied him, and Harry let her, because he had nothing left to hide behind and no energy to build new walls. Provisional enrollment, Weems said finally. 1-month trial. You attend classes, you follow our rules, you submit to assessment by our faculty to determine how your abilities interact with our curriculum. If, at the end of 30 days, the arrangement is working for both parties, we formalize. If it isn't, we help you find an alternative placement. Agreed. Agreed. You will not use your wand on fellow students. I won't hex anyone who doesn't hex me first. Weems's mouth twitched, the ghost of something that might have been amusement. That's not quite what I said. It's the best I can offer. I've been in too many fights to promise I won't defend myself. Another silence. Then Weems nodded once. Fair enough. Wednesday, since this is your project, you're responsible for his orientation. Room assignment, class schedule, the basics. Don't traumatize him. I make no promises. Wednesday said. They left the office. In the corridor, Harry exhaled for what felt like the first time in minutes. She's, he started, formidable, politically astute, deeply protective of this school in ways that sometimes override her better instincts. Wednesday walked briskly, and Harry had to lengthen his stride to keep up. She's also a shapeshifter, one of the most powerful alive. She doesn't advertise it. A shapeshifter, she can become anyone, anyone she's seen, anyone she's touched. It's an outcast ability, not learned magic. She was born with it. At Nevermore, everyone is born with what they are. Nothing is taught the way your spells are taught. Nothing is given. It's all already inside. She led him through corridors that wound deeper into the school, past classrooms where he caught glimpses of things that made him slow down, a room full of students sitting in absolute darkness, their eyes glowing different colors. A workshop where a boy was reshaping metal with his bare hands, the steel flowing like water between his fingers. A gymnasium-sized space where two girls were sparring, one of them moving with impossible speed while the other seemed to be pulling the air itself into barriers. Your room, Wednesday said, stopping in front of a door on the third floor of what she called the Claws dormitory wing. You've been placed in Claws provisionally, since no existing house maps to what you are. My room is at the end of this hall. Your roommate is. The door burst open. Oh my God. The girl who exploded through the doorway was a supernova of color and energy, blonde hair streaked with bright blue and pink, wide eyes, a smile that could have powered a small city. She wore the Nevermore uniform with the kind of aggressive personalization that suggested a running battle with the dress code. Rainbow pins on her blazer, mismatched socks visible above her shoes, a necklace made of what appeared to be tiny fangs. You're Harry Potter. You're actually Harry Potter. Wednesday texted me from London, but I thought she was lying because she does that sometimes for fun, and she grabbed his hand and shook it with both of hers. I'm Enid Sinclair. I'm a werewolf. Well, technically I'm a late-blooming werewolf, which is a whole thing, but the point is you're a wizard, like a real, actual wand-waving wizard. Do you have your wand? Can I see it? Does it have a core? I read that they have cores. Like phoenix feathers and dragon heartstring and Enid. Wednesday said, unicorn hair, what's yours? Is it unicorn? You look like a unicorn hair kind of person, Enid. Enid stopped, breathed, grinned. Sorry, I'm a lot. Everyone says I'm a lot. Wednesday says I'm a natural disaster in human form, which I've decided to take as a compliment. It wasn't, Wednesday said, see, compliment. Enid grabbed Harry's bag off his shoulder before he could react. Come in, I already set up your side. Wednesday told me your favorite color was red, so I found some red stuff, but if that's wrong, we can totally change it. You like fairy lights. I have extra fairy lights. Everyone likes fairy lights. Harry looked at Wednesday. She returned his gaze with perfect blankness. I'll be back in an hour to take you to dinner, Wednesday said. Try to survive. She left. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at his new room. It was smaller than the Gryffindor dormitory, 2 beds, 2 desks, 2 wardrobes, a window that looked out onto the courtyard below. Enid's side was an explosion of color, posters, photographs, and what appeared to be a small shrine to a K-pop group Harry didn't recognize. His side was sparse but not unwelcoming, a red blanket on the bed, a lamp, an empty bookshelf waiting to be filled. It's not much. Enid said, suddenly uncertain, reading his face. Compared to Hogwarts, I mean, I've seen pictures. That place looks like a fantasy movie. It's great, Harry said, and meant it. He set his bag on the bed and pulled his shrunken trunk from his pocket. Enid's eyes went wide as he tapped it with his wand, and it expanded to full size. That is the coolest thing I have ever seen, she whispered. Harry opened the trunk. His Hogwarts robes sat on top, folded neatly, the Gryffindor crest catching the light. He stared at them for a moment, then moved them to the bottom and started unpacking everything else. So, Enid said, bouncing onto her bed and crossing her legs, I know Wednesday probably gave you, like, the bare minimum of information because that's how she operates. Mysterious and withholding. So let me fill in the gaps. What do you want to know? Harry considered this as he stacked books on his shelf, his defense against the dark arts texts, his potions manual, his battered copy of Quidditch through the ages that had survived 5 years of dormitory life. Everything, I suppose. Okay, so Nevermore. Founded in 1791 by a group of outcasts who were tired of getting hunted by both muggles, we call them normies, and wizards. The 4 houses are Fangs, Scales, Stoners, and Claws. Fangs is werewolves, obviously, which is my house technically, But Wednesday got Weems to let me room with her sophomore year because my Fang's roommate tried to eat my stuffed animals during a full moon, and it was a whole traumatic situation. She barely paused for breath. Scales is sirens and water types. The queen bee over there is Bianca Barclay, siren, gorgeous, kind of terrifying. She ran the school before Wednesday arrived, and they have this whole complicated dynamic that I don't fully understand, but it's very intense, and I live for it. Stoners the name is unfortunate, I know, earth types, plant types, gorgons. Ajax is there, he's a gorgon, very sweet, wears a beanie to keep his snakes contained. And Claus is psychics, telekinetics, and anyone else who doesn't fit the other three. That's where you are now. Harry sat on his bed. The mattress was firm but not hard, and the red blanket was soft under his hands. What about classes? Wednesday said you don't use wands. Nobody here uses wands. I didn't even know wands were a real thing until I was 13 and my mom mentioned that wizards exist and they carry sticks that do magic for them, and I thought she was joking. Enid pulled a pillow into her lap and hugged it. At Nevermore, the power comes from inside. Whatever you are, werewolf, siren, psychic, the ability is innate. Classes are about control, learning to focus it, direct it, master it. Like for werewolves, it's about managing the transformation, choosing when to shift, staying yourself when the wolf takes over. She glanced down at her hands, and something in her bright expression dimmed just for a moment. Some of us have more trouble with that than others, she said quietly. Then the brightness returned almost violently. But anyway, your classes will probably be customized since you're the first wizard here. They'll test you first, assessment week is a thing. They'll want to see what you can do, how your magic works, whether it's compatible with outcast abilities. And if it's not, then it'll be really interesting. She said, as if incompatibility were an exciting opportunity rather than a problem. Harry, can I ask you something? Sure. Is it true you fought a dragon, like a real dragon, despite everything, the expulsion, the dislocation, the bone-deep exhaustion? Harry smiled. Yeah. A Hungarian horntail, Enid screamed, not a frightened scream, a scream of pure, unfiltered delight that probably registered on instruments somewhere. She clapped her hands over her mouth, eyes enormous. That is the most metal thing anyone has ever said to me in my life. She said through her fingers, we are going to be best friends. The door opened and a head poked in, a boy with curly hair mostly hidden under a gray beanie. He blinked at Harry. Hey, Enid, is this the wizard? Ajax. Yes, come in, come in. Harry, this is Ajax Petropolis. Gorgon. Don't take his beanie off. Wasn't planning to, Harry said. Ajax grinned. He had an easy, amiable face and the slightly dazed expression of someone who was perpetually about half a step behind the moment. He came in and dropped onto Enid's desk chair, spinning at once. Cool. So is it true you people ride broomsticks? I play Quidditch, so yeah. What's Quidditch? Harry opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. The idea that there were people in the world who didn't know what Quidditch was required a fundamental recalibration of his understanding of reality. It's sport on broomsticks, with 4 balls, 3 kinds of players, and a small golden thing you chase. Ajax and Enid exchanged a look. That sounds absolutely unhinged, Ajax said. I love it. They talked for the next hour. Harry answered questions about Hogwarts, the houses, the moving staircases, the ghosts, the food that appeared on golden plates. In return, Enid and Ajax told him about Nevermore, the Harvest Festival, the Poe Cup, a boat race between houses that apparently got violent, the underground passages that honeycombed the earth beneath the school. Nobody goes down there, though, Ajax said, and his easy grin faltered slightly. Not anymore. They sealed them off after the whole Hyde situation a couple years back. The Hyde, Enid and Ajax both looked at the door as if checking that Wednesday wasn't standing there. Wednesday's thing, Enid said carefully. Her first year here, there was this creature, a Hyde. Someone at school had this hidden dark side that manifested as a monster, and it was killing people in the woods, and Wednesday basically solved the whole mystery and nearly died doing it. She twisted the pillow in her lap. A lot happened. People got hurt. The school almost got shut down. Wednesday saved it, but she also, She's different since then, more guarded, more intense, more Wednesday if that makes sense. It did. Harry recognized the pattern, trauma that didn't make you weaker, but made you harder, sharper, more committed to control because you'd seen what happened when things went wrong. She mentioned visions, Harry said. Things she's been seeing. Ajax shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, she's been. Look, I don't want to talk out of school, literally. But she's been weird lately. Weirder than usual, disappearing at night, going places she won't talk about. Enid's worried. I'm not worried, Enid said, which was clearly a lie. I'm concerned. There's a difference. Worried is unproductive. Concerned is proactive, a knock at the door. Wednesday, exactly on time, dinner, she said. Harry, you'll want to brace yourself. The dining hall was a vast, vaulted space lit by chandeliers that held actual candles, no floating enchantment, just iron and wax and flame. Long tables filled the room, one for each house, and the noise hit Harry like a wall when he walked in. 300 students talking and laughing and arguing, and every one of them turned to look at him when he entered. The silence spread like a ripple in a pond. Starting at the tables nearest the door and radiating outward until the entire hall was quiet, and 300 pairs of eyes, some of them literally inhuman, were fixed on Harry Potter. He dealt with staring before. 5 years at Hogwarts, where his fame preceded him like a shockwave. But this was different. At Hogwarts, people stared because they knew his story. Here they stared because he was something they'd never seen, an alien, an intruder, a wizard in a school full of monsters. Walk, Wednesday said quietly beside him. Don't stop, don't stare back. They'll lose interest once they've categorized you. Harry walked. Across the hall, past the silent tables, to the claws table near the far wall. Enid bounced along behind them, apparently immune to social tension, and Ajax trailed at the rear, giving Harry apologetic looks that were probably meant to be reassuring. They sat. Wednesday at the end of the table, Harry beside her, Enid across from them. The silence held for another 3 heartbeats. Then someone laughed, a barking, disbelieving laugh from the Fangs table, and the spell broke and the hall roared back to life, 300 conversations resuming at once, most of them now apparently about him. That went well. Wednesday said, serving herself from a platter of something Harry didn't recognize. Did it? Nobody threw anything. At Nevermore, that's a warm welcome. Food appeared on the table, not magically, as at Hogwarts, but carried by a procession of students who seemed to be on serving duty. The dishes were unfamiliar. Harry identified roasted vegetables, some kind of dark bread, a stew that smelled extraordinary, and several things he had no frame of reference for. The purple stuff is moonroot, Enid said, seeing his hesitation. It's delicious. The gray stuff is for the Fangs kids. It's basically raw meat in a socially acceptable format. Don't eat the gray stuff. Harry tried the moonroot. It was good, earthy, faintly sweet, with a warmth that spread through his chest. He ate, and the act of eating in a dining hall, surrounded by students with the buzz of conversation around him, was so achingly familiar that his eyes stung. So, the voice came from behind him, female, musical, with an edge that the musicality couldn't quite hide. This is the wizard. Harry turned. The girl standing behind him was stunning in a way that felt deliberately weaponized, dark hair, golden skin, eyes that shifted color as he watched, a smile that was warm and sharp at the same time. She wore the scales tie, purple-blue, and she stood with the posture of someone who expected the world to arrange itself around her. Bianca Barclay, she said, extending her hand. Head of the student council. Harry took it. Her skin was warm, almost hot, and when their hands touched, something washed over him, a wave of something pleasant and persuasive, a gentle pressure on his mind that whispered trust her, like her, agree with her. He pulled his hand back. The pressure vanished, Bianca's eyes widened. Fractionally, but Wednesday caught it. Problem? Wednesday asked. No, Bianca said, recovering smoothly. Just unexpected. She looked at Harry with new interest. Most people don't notice that. Notice what? Harry asked, though he already knew. He'd felt something similar before, the imperious curse in Moody's classroom. That same gentle push, that insistence that he relax and comply. His resistance to it was trained, battle-tested, and apparently applicable to siren persuasion as well. My voice carries a passive influence, Bianca said, dropping into the seat beside Enid with an ease that suggested she owned every room she entered. Siren ability, it's not intentional, it just happens. Most people don't have the mental defenses to feel it, let alone resist it. Harry has had his mind attacked by Voldemort. Wednesday said casually. His occlumency training, such as it is, has given him unusual resistance to psychic intrusion. Could you not, Harry said to Wednesday, just share my personal history with everyone we meet. I share relevant information with relevant people. Bianca is relevant. Charming as always, Wednesday. Bianca turned her attention fully to Harry, and without the passive siren effect, or maybe he was just blocking it now, her gaze was cooler, more assessing. I'm not going to pretend I'm thrilled about a wizard attending Nevermore. The outcast community has a complicated relationship with your kind, my kind, wand carriers, ministry types, people who think our abilities are dark magic to be regulated instead of natural traits to be respected. She held up a hand before he could respond. I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying that's the history. You're walking into a space that was built specifically because your world treated us as less than human. Some people here are going to resent you for what you represent, regardless of who you actually are. I just got expelled from that world for standing up for someone, Harry said. I think I understand resentment. Bianca studied him. Something in her expression shifted, not softening, but recalculating. Maybe you do, she said. She stood, smoothed her skirt, and looked at Wednesday. Student council meets tomorrow. I expect you'll want to discuss his enrollment formally. I'll be there. Try not to stage a coup while you're at it. You've been eyeing my position all semester. I don't want your position, Bianca. I want your intelligence network. There's a difference. Bianca smiled, a real one this time, complicated and sharp, and walked back to the scales table. She doesn't like me, Harry said. She doesn't like anyone initially, Wednesday said. It's a survival mechanism. She'll come around once she determines you're not a threat to her power structure. Am I a threat to her power structure? Wednesday looked at him sidelong. You're a variable. Variables threaten every structure they enter. That's what makes them interesting. Dinner continued. Harry met more students. A psychic named Xavier, who seemed to know Wednesday well and regarded Harry with barely concealed suspicion. A pair of Gorgon twins who kept finishing each other's sentences. A werewolf from the Fangs table who came over specifically to ask Harry if it was true that Remus Lupin had been a professor at Hogwarts, and who looked like he might cry when Harry confirmed it. Lupin's kind of a legend in the werewolf community, Enid explained afterward. An actual werewolf teaching at a wizarding school, that was huge for us. And then they fired him when they found out what he was, which was huge for us in a different way. The reminder sat in Harry's gut like a stone. Remus fired for being what he was born to be. Harry expelled for defending someone. The wizarding world had a pattern, and he was only now seeing it clearly, the way it chewed up anyone who didn't fit its narrow definition of acceptable and spat them out. After dinner, Wednesday led him on a brief tour. Brief because she walked fast and narrated selectively, pointing out only what she deemed essential. Library, open 24 hours. Don't go to the restricted section without faculty approval. The books in there are alive in ways that aren't metaphorical. Training grounds. Physical combat is part of the curriculum here. You'll be expected to participate. Your wand won't always help you. The quad. Students socialize here during free periods. It's also where most duels happen, formal and otherwise. Nevermore has a complicated relationship with organized violence. And there, she stopped at a window overlooking the rear of the campus. Beyond the grounds, the forest pressed close, dark and dense, and at its edge Harry could see the outline of a small town, lights in windows, a church steeple, the faint suggestion of streets. That's Jericho, the town. Normies live there alongside some outcasts who have integrated. Relations are tense but functional. We go into town on weekends, try not to set anything on fire. I'll do my best. I'm being literal. Your wand magic has an unpredictable interaction with the ley lines here. Several students reported feeling a surge when you entered the grounds. Whatever your magic is, it's resonating with something in the earth beneath us. Harry thought of the pulse he'd felt when they arrived, the heartbeat under the ground, the thing you mentioned in London, he said. The disturbances, the ley lines, is that what I'm feeling? Wednesday turned from the window. The corridor was empty, they were alone, and in the dim light her face lost some of its careful composure. Not much, but enough for Harry to see the tension beneath it. What do you feel? She asked. A pulse, like a heartbeat, deep underground. It started when we landed and it hasn't stopped. Wednesday's jaw tightened. You can feel it already, I didn't sense it for weeks. Is that bad? It's informative. She started walking again. The pulse you're feeling is the ley line convergence point beneath Nevermore. It's been dormant for centuries, recorded but inactive since the school's founding. 3 months ago, it woke up. The timing correlates with Voldemort's return and the increase in dark magical activity globally. Something down there is drawing energy from the dark magic he's generating, like a siphon. And you don't know what it is. I have theories. My visions show me fragments, a figure, a ritual space, fire. But the visions are incomplete, and the underground tunnels where the convergence point is located have been sealed since the Hyde incident. She stopped at the door to Harry's dormitory wing. We'll discuss it further tomorrow. Tonight, rest. You've had a long day by any standard. Wednesday. She paused. Thank you, Harry said. For the bench, for the offer, for this. She looked at him with those flat, dark eyes, and for just a moment something flickered in them, not warmth, but acknowledgement. Recognition of something shared. Don't thank me yet, she said. I brought you here because I need you, and what I need you for may get you killed. Gratitude seems premature. She walked away down the corridor, her braids swinging against her back, and Harry stood in the doorway and watched her go and thought. She's the most honest person I've ever met, and I'm not sure if that's comforting or terrifying. He went inside. Enid was already there, changed into pajamas covered in cartoon wolves, typing furiously on a device Harry didn't recognize, not a phone exactly, but something similar, sleek and dark, with a screen that projected holographic text into the air. It's a specter, she said, catching his look. Outcast tech doesn't run on electricity, runs on resonance. Basically, it channels ambient supernatural energy into a communication network, works anywhere there's outcast activity. I'm updating my blog. Your blog, Midnight Howl. I cover Nevermore social dynamics, outcast news, and werewolf lifestyle content. I have 12,000 followers. She said this with the precise combination of pride and self-awareness that suggested she'd been both celebrated and mocked for it. You're going to feature heavily unless you specifically ask me not to. I've had enough of being written about, Harry said, pulling off his jacket, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. Wednesday said you'd say that. Enid turned off her specter and pulled her blanket up to her chin. She said, and I quote, he has no instinct for self-promotion, which is simultaneously his greatest vulnerability and his most irritating quality. Harry laughed. It surprised him, a real laugh, loose and unguarded, the first one in what felt like weeks. It echoed in the small room, and Enid beamed at him, and for a moment the weight on his chest lifted just enough to let him breathe. He changed into his sleep clothes. He got into bed. The sheets were cool and foreign, and the mattress felt different from his Hogwarts bed. And the sounds were wrong, no snoring Ron, no distant creaking of castle staircases, no owls hooting in the owlery above, instead, the rustle of wind in dark trees. The faint hum of the school's resonance network. The murmur of students in nearby rooms, voices filtered through stone walls. And beneath it all, steady and patient and deep, the pulse from underground. Harry lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and felt the pulse in his chest, matching his heartbeat, and wondered what was down there in the dark, waiting. He slept. And for the first time in months, he didn't dream of Voldemort, he dreamed of fire. Morning at Nevermore came with a bell, a deep, resonant tone that vibrated through the walls rather than ringing in the air. It felt less like a sound and more like the building clearing its throat. Harry was on his feet with his wand in his hand before he was fully awake. a reflex he'd developed during the Triwizard tournament that he'd never been able to shake. Enid was already up and dressed, her hair a fresh explosion of color, applying something to her face at a small mirror propped on her desk. She glanced at him in the reflection. "First day, you nervous?" "No," Harry lied. "Cool, you should be. Assessment day is intense." He dressed in the Nevermore uniform that had been left folded on his desk chair sometime during the night, black blazer, gray trousers, white shirt, and a tie that was currently colorless, a pale silver gray. No house colors yet. Provisional. The tie changes when you're sorted. Enid said, noticing his examination. "If you get sorted, has anyone mentioned the sorting process to you?" "No. It's nothing like the wizarding hat thing. Here it's more physiological. They assess what your body does, not what your personality says, but for you, who knows? You might break the system." She said this cheerfully, as if breaking the system were a fun weekend activity. They went to breakfast. The dining hall was crowded, and once again, every eye tracked Harry as he entered. The staring was less intense than last night, curiosity rather than alarm. But he could feel the weight of it, the constant awareness that he was being observed and evaluated and judged by people whose criteria he didn't yet understand. Wednesday was already at the claws table, eating what appeared to be a single piece of unbuttered toast, reading a book whose cover was blank. "Your assessment is at 9, she said without looking up. "Training grounds, they'll test your abilities to determine your class placement. I recommend holding nothing back." "Is that smart, showing everything I can do to people I just met?" She turned a page. "At Hogwarts, restraint is a virtue. At Nevermore, it's a liability. People here respect power, and they respect honesty about power. If you hold back, they'll assume you're either weak or hiding something, and both assumptions will make your life harder." Harry poured himself coffee from a pot that was, thankfully, just coffee. "What kind of tests? Practical demonstrations, controlled sparring, environmental challenges? They'll want to see your range, your instincts, your breaking points." She finally looked up. "A word of advice based on observation. Your greatest strength isn't your spell repertoire, it's your adaptability under pressure, so let them pressure you." Breakfast was brief. At 8:45, Harry walked to the training grounds alone. Wednesday had a class. Enid had offered to come, but he'd turned her down, sensing that he needed to face this without supporters. At Hogwarts, he'd always had Ron and Hermione flanking him. Here, he had to stand on his own. The training grounds were nothing like anything at Hogwarts. No Quidditch pitch, no open lawn, instead, a vast enclosed arena carved into the hillside behind the school, partially underground, with high stone walls and a sand floor. It looked like a gladiator's ring, which Harry suspected was not a coincidence. 3 adults waited in the center. A woman with close-cropped hair and the build of a professional athlete, a man with spectacles and a long coat who carried no visible weapons or tools. And a third figure who was, Harry blinked, almost entirely transparent, a shimmer in the air that resolved into the outline of a person only when he looked at it from the corner of his eye. Mr. Potter. The athletic woman stepped forward. She had a direct, no-nonsense energy that reminded Harry fiercely of McGonagall. "I'm Coach Thornton, Physical Combat and Transformation Studies. This is Professor Jedian, Metaphysical Theory, and our colleague is MX, Lies, Resonance Studies, MX. Lies exists partially outside the visible spectrum, so don't be alarmed if you lose track of them." "Okay," Harry said. "Today is assessment. We want to see what you can do, how you do it, and what happens when your abilities interact with the ambient energy on these grounds. We're going to start simple and escalate. Ready, ready, good. Show me your basic offensive capability." Harry drew his wand. The 3 assessors watched with undisguised interest. The wand itself seemed to fascinate them, the way it focused and directed magic through a physical object. He started simple, stunning spell. The red bolt of light shot from his wand and hit the far wall of the arena, leaving a scorch mark the size of his fist. Coach Thornton raised an eyebrow, again, harder. Harry cast again, putting more power behind it. The bolt was brighter, faster, and the impact sent a crack running through the stone wall. He felt the familiar surge of magic through his arm, through the wand, through the holly and phoenix feather core that had been his constant companion since he was 11. But underneath the familiar surge, something else moved. The pulse from underground, the heartbeat he'd felt since arriving, seemed to rise to meet his magic, to amplify it, and the stunner hit with a force that startled him. That crack in the wall was deeper than it should have been. Much deeper. Interesting, Professor Jedian said softly. He was writing something in a notebook that appeared to be writing back. Your wand magic is drawing on the ley line energy. Involuntarily, it seems. Mr. Potter, are you consciously accessing the convergence point? I don't even know how I do that, and yet it's happening. He showed his notebook to Coach Thornton, who frowned. Defense, Thornton said. Block this. She moved fast, faster than any non-magical person should have been able to, crossing the arena in 2 strides. Harry threw up a shield charm on instinct, and Thornton's fist hit it and stopped, the impact sending a shockwave of blue light rippling outward from the point of contact. She grinned. It was not a comforting grin. Good reflexes. Let's see how long you can hold it. She hit him again and again. Each blow harder than the last, and each one accompanied by something, a vibration in the air, a distortion of the light, that told Harry she wasn't just strong. She was channeling something through her strikes, something that was hitting his shield on a level beyond the physical. His shield cracked on the 6th blow. By the 8th it shattered, and he was thrown backward across the sand, rolling and coming up with his wand already casting, pratigo, 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 layering shields as fast as she could break them. Stop holding back. Thornton said, and she wasn't even breathing hard. I said we'd escalate. Consider us escalated. Harry's blood was up. The training and the terror of 5 years of fighting for his life kicked in like an engine, and he stopped thinking and started reacting. He cast a knockback jinx that caught Thornton mid-stride and sent her sliding backward on the sand. He followed it with a disarming charm, useless. She had no weapon to disarm, but the force of it hit her in the chest and she felt it, her eyes widening slightly. Then he did something he hadn't planned, something he'd never done before. He let go of the wand, not physically. His fingers stayed wrapped around the holly wood. But mentally, he released the tight channel through which he normally directed his magic. He stopped thinking of the wand as a funnel and started thinking of it as a lightning rod. A focal point, not a bottleneck. The pulse from underground surged upward, and Harry's magic detonated. The arena floor cracked in a starburst pattern around his feet. Sand flew outward in a ring. The air pressure dropped, then spiked, and for one breathless second, every grain of sand in the arena hung suspended, motionless, glowing faintly with a light that came from inside them rather than above. Then it was over. The sand fell. The light faded. Harry stood in the center of a cracked arena floor, breathing hard, his wand humming in his hand like a tuning fork, and the 3 assessors stared at him in absolute silence. MX's lies flickered into partial visibility. Their voice, when it came, was like hearing someone speak from the bottom of a deep well. He's a conduit, they said. He's channeling the ley line convergence through his wand matrix. I've never, in 40 years of resonance work, I've never seen a wizard interface with outcast energy structures. The 2 systems aren't supposed to be compatible. But they are, Professor Jedian said. He was writing furiously in his notebook, pages filling themselves faster than his pen moved. The wand acts as a transducer. It converts the raw ley line energy into structured magical output. The efficiency is remarkable and terrifying, frankly. Coach Thornton rubbed her shoulder where the disarming charm had hit her. She was grinning again, wider this time. Kid's got juice, she said. I want him in my advanced combat class. He needs resonance training first, MX Lies said. Desperately? He's pulling energy from the convergence point without any buffering or control. If he does that in a high-stress situation, he'll level the building. Yes, I noticed. Thornton looked at Harry. How do you feel? Harry considered the question honestly. His hands were shaking. His heartbeat was elevated, and the pulse from underground was louder now, more insistent, as if by drawing on it he'd opened a channel that wasn't closing. Like I just touched something I don't understand, he said. That's the most accurate thing any student has said to me in a decade. Thornton cracked her knuckles. Welcome to Nevermore, Potter. Let's find out what you are. The rest of the assessment took 2 hours. They tested his defensive range, his transfiguration ability, his capacity for nonverbal casting. They put him through an obstacle course that shifted and changed while he ran it, walls growing out of the floor, the ground turning to water, shadows that grabbed at his ankles. He used everything he had, spells, reflexes, the Quidditch-trained spatial awareness that let him dodge and weave and, increasingly, the raw, unfiltered power that surged up from beneath the school every time his emotions spiked. By the end, he was exhausted, sand-covered, and buzzing with a wild, electric energy he couldn't shut off. He felt like he'd been plugged into a socket. They assigned him classes. Advanced combat with Thornton. Resonance fundamentals with MX, lies, metaphysical theory with Jedian. Outcast history, which was apparently mandatory for all students, and taught by a vampire who'd been alive since the founding of the school. And, at Wednesday's specific request, independent study in applied psychic defense, a class that existed for her alone and that she was now, apparently, willing to share. Harry walked out of the arena on unsteady legs and found Wednesday waiting by the entrance, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, a disembodied hand that Harry had nearly hexed when it first crawled across the bench toward him, perched on her shoulder. How did it go? She asked. I cracked the arena floor. I know. I felt it from the library. She pushed off the wall. Walk with me. There's something I need to show you before your afternoon classes. They crossed the grounds in the late morning light. Students gave them a wide berth. Whether because of Wednesday's reputation or Harry's display in the arena, which had apparently already made the rounds on Enid's blog, he wasn't sure. Wednesday led him past the main buildings, past the training grounds, to a path that wound into the trees at the edge of the campus. Where are we going? The Nightshade Library. It's a restricted archive maintained by Nevermore's oldest secret society. I've been a member since my first year, by which I mean I broke in, raided their entire collection, and dared them to kick me out. And they didn't. They made me president. The path darkened as the canopy thickened overhead. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wider than Harry's arm span, their bark carved with symbols that pulsed faintly with the same energy he felt underground. He could feel the ley line beneath them, stronger here, closer to the surface, like a river running just beneath the topsoil. They reached a clearing. In its center stood a stone structure, low, circular, covered in moss and carved symbols, with a single door made of iron that had turned green with age. Wednesday pressed her palm to the door and something within it clicked. It swung open. Inside was a library. Small, intimate, lit by candles that burned without consuming wax. The shelves were carved into the walls, filled with books and scrolls and objects Harry couldn't identify. The air smelled of old paper and something metallic, like the air before a lightning strike. Wednesday went to a specific shelf and pulled down a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. A circle bisected by a vertical line, with 3 smaller circles arranged around it like points of a triangle. This journal was written in 1793, Wednesday said, by one of Nevermore's founders, a woman named Callista Vane. She was a psychic like me. She documented the ley line convergence beneath the school in detail, its power, its potential, and the reason Nevermore was built on top of it. She opened the journal to a marked page and held it out. The handwriting was cramped and old-fashioned, the ink faded to brown but legible. Harry read, "The convergence must be sealed, and sealed it shall remain. Beneath this ground lies the work of Malachar Voss, his ritual, his madness, his attempt to break the wall between our kind and theirs. The energy he unleashed does not dissipate. It grows, it waits, it hungers. We build our school above it not merely to educate but to guard. The students who walk these halls are the seal's keepers, though they shall never know it. Their combined presence, the resonance of 300 outcast souls living, learning, growing, generates a field that suppresses the convergence's expansion. Remove the students and the seal weakens. Weaken the seal and Voss's legacy wakes, and if it wakes, the entry ended mid-sentence. The bottom of the page was scorched, as if someone had tried to burn it. Malachar Voss, Harry said, an outcast warlock, predates the founding of both the Ministry of Magic and Nevermore by several centuries. According to what I've been able to piece together, he was the first person to attempt merging wand magic with raw outcast power, breaking down the barrier between the two systems. And it went wrong, catastrophically. The details are fragmented, but the convergence point beneath the school is the scar left by his attempt. It's been dormant for 200 years, suppressed by the combined resonance of Nevermore's student body, exactly as Callista Vane described. Wednesday closed the journal. 3 months ago it started waking up, because of Voldemort, because of the dark magic he's generating. Every attack, every ritual, every act of magical violence feeds energy into the global ley line network. The convergence point beneath Nevermore is drawing that energy in, using it to weaken the seal. And something down there, some remnant of Voss's consciousness, embedded in the ley lines themselves, is directing the process. Harry stared at the journal in her hands. His scar pulsed, a dull throb that matched the heartbeat underground. You're telling me there's something under this school that's connected to Voldemort. Not directly, but they're feeding the same system. Voldemort generates dark magic, the convergence absorbs it. And whatever's down there uses it to grow stronger. Wednesday replaced the journal on the shelf. This is why I brought you here, Harry. Your scar connects you to Voldemort, which means it connects you to the dark magical network he's powering. And today, in the arena, you demonstrated that you can also interface with the ley line convergence. You're a bridge between both systems, a conduit. So I'm bait, you're a sensor, a weapon, a key. She met his eyes, possibly all three, I don't know yet. But you felt the pulse the moment you arrived, something it took me weeks to detect. Whatever's down there, it recognizes you, and I need to know why before it finishes waking up. Harry leaned against a bookshelf. The candles flickered around him, and the metallic smell of the air was stronger now, charged, like standing in the eye of a storm that hadn't broken yet. When you had your vision, he said, the one with me in it, underground, bleeding, doing something with my hands, how did it end? A burst of light, salvation or detonation. You said you couldn't tell which. I still can't. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about the arena, the sand suspended in the air, the power surging through him from the earth below. He thought about the scar on his forehead, and the thing it connected him to, and the way it had pulsed in rhythm with the heartbeat underground, as if the two frequencies were finding each other, harmonizing, building towards something. Then we'd better figure it out, he said. Wednesday looked at him. In the candlelight, her face was all shadows and sharp angles, and her dark eyes held something that might have been, in anyone else, relief. Yes, she said, we had better. The afternoon was a blur of new experiences, each one layered on the last, until Harry felt like a sponge that had been squeezed dry and dunked back in the ocean. Outcast history was taught by a Professor Aldrin, who was indeed a vampire, pale, ageless, with the kind of deliberate stillness that came from centuries of practice at pretending to be normal. He spoke softly and never blinked, and his classroom was the coldest room Harry had ever been in, including the Hogwarts dungeons. Mr. Potter, Aldrin said when Harry entered. The first wizard to attend this institution in 207 years. I remember the last one. He was unpleasant. I'll try to be an improvement, Harry said. See that you do. Take a seat. Today's lecture covers the outcast diaspora of 1692, in which the wizarding world's adoption of the International Statute of Secrecy forced outcast communities underground. Some of you will find this relevant to current events. The lecture was fascinating and infuriating in equal measure. Harry had learned wizarding history from Binns, a ghost so boring he could put himself to sleep, and it had been entirely wizard-centric. The founding of the Ministry. The Goblin Rebellions. The Statute of Secrecy, presented as a necessary and benevolent measure to protect the magical world. Aldrin's version was different. The Statute of Secrecy, as he told it, had been a power grab, the wizarding establishment consolidating control over all magical beings by declaring itself the sole authority on what magic was, and who was allowed to practice it. Outcasts whose abilities were innate rather than learned didn't fit the ministry's framework. They couldn't be regulated, educated, or controlled through the wand and school system, so they were classified, categorized, marginalized, pushed to the fringes and told they weren't really part of the magical world. The irony, Aldrin said in his soft, unblinking way, is that outcast abilities predate wand magic by millennia. Your wands, forgive me, Mr. Potter, are tools designed to replicate artificially what outcasts do naturally. The first wizards were outcasts who learned to externalize their power through focusing objects. Over centuries, the tool became the tradition, and the tradition became the institution, and the institution decided that the original was inferior to the copy. Harry sat in his seat and felt the ground shift beneath his understanding of everything he'd been taught. After history, resonance fundamentals with MX. Lies. This class was held outdoors, in a grove of trees behind the school where the ley line energy was strong enough to make Harry's teeth buzz. MX. Lies shimmered in and out of visibility, their voice drifting from different points in the air as they circled the group of students. Resonance, they said, is the fundamental frequency of your being. Every outcast has one. It is the vibration at which your supernatural nature operates. Learning to hear it, control it, and harmonize it with the world around you is the foundation of all outcast ability. The other students, 6 of them, all claws, all psychics or telekinetics, sat cross-legged on the grass and closed their eyes. Harry mimicked them, feeling foolish. This was nothing like any magical instruction he'd received, Mr. Potter, MX Lies said, their voice suddenly close to his ear. You present a unique case. Your magic operates through a wand, an external resonance amplifier. But today, in the arena, you access the ley line convergence directly, bypassing the wand's focusing function. This suggests you have an innate resonance frequency that your wizarding training has never developed. Today, we're going to find it. How? Listen. Harry listened. At first, all he heard was wind in the trees and the breathing of the students around him and the distant sound of the school going about its day. Then, gradually, the surface noise faded and the deeper sounds emerged, the hum of the ley lines, the pulse underground, the faint, barely perceptible vibration of 300 outcast students, each one generating their own frequency, their combined effect creating a field that Harry could suddenly hear, like a choir heard through thick walls, and beneath all of it, something else. Something that wasn't coming from outside, a tone, a single, sustained note somewhere deep inside his chest, so low he felt it more than heard it. It resonated with the ley lines. It resonated with the pulse underground. It resonated faintly and disturbingly with the scar on his forehead. There, MX Lies whispered, you found it. Harry opened his eyes. The world looked different. Not visually, the trees were still trees, the sky was still gray, but textured, layered. He could sense the energy running through the ground, the resonance fields of the students around him, the deep throb of the convergence point below. It was like putting on glasses after years of blurred vision, the same world, suddenly sharp. What is it? He asked. It's you, MX Lies said. Your fundamental frequency. What you are at the core, beneath the wand training and the wizarding education and the scar. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, you're not just a wizard, you never were. The class ended, and Harry walked back toward the school in a daze. His perception of the world was slowly returning to normal, the layered awareness fading, but traces of it remained, an ambient sensitivity to the energy around him, a consciousness of the ley lines humming beneath his feet. He rounded a corner of the main building and nearly walked into someone. Watch it? The voice was sharp, sneering, and absolutely unmistakable. Harry looked up. The boy in front of him wore a Nevermore uniform with a silver-gray tie, provisional like Harry's, but newer, still creased from the package. His blonde hair was perfectly styled. His face was pale and angular and contorted into an expression of cold surprise that was trying very hard to be cold indifference. Malfoy. Harry's wand was in his hand before the word was finished. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy stared at him. For a half-second, something flashed across his face, panic, maybe, or guilt, or the specific fear of a person whose cover has been blown before it was even properly in place. Then the mask came down, the old, familiar sneer, the lifted chin and the cold gray eyes. Potter, Malfoy said. Well. Small world. What the hell are you doing here? Same thing as you, apparently, seeking educational opportunities abroad. He smoothed his tie. Nevermore is open to all outcast types, isn't it? Turns out the Malfoy line has certain, dormant hereditary traits that qualify. You're not an outcast, you're a Death Eater's son. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression, a flinch quickly smothered. I'm a student, Potter, newly enrolled, provenance unspecified, and unless the rules here are different from what I was told, you can't hex me for existing. I can hex you for what you did at Hogwarts, for what your little stinging jinx did to that girl. For everything that happened because of me, Malfoy's voice dropped. Around them, students had stopped to watch, drawn by the confrontation, by the crackling tension between two wizards squaring off on outcast ground. You think I wanted that? You think I wanted you expelled? All I did was follow orders, Potter, same as I've always done. Same as. He stopped himself, his jaw clenched. Whatever you're here for, Harry said, I'll find out. I'm here for an education, nothing more, right, and Voldemort just happened to let you leave the country. Malfoy flinched at the name, he always flinched at the name. But there was something else in his face this time, something behind the flinch that looked like exhaustion. Like a person who'd been carrying something too heavy for too long and was running out of pretenses. Believe what you want, Potter, you always do. He stepped around Harry and walked away, and Harry watched him go, wand still raised, every instinct screaming that this was wrong, that Malfoy's presence here was not coincidence, that something larger and darker was in motion. I see you've met our other new arrival. Wednesday materialized beside him as if she'd been there all along, which, knowing her, she might have been. You knew about this, Harry said. You knew Malfoy was coming. I knew someone from the wizarding world had applied to Nevermore 3 days ago. I didn't know who until this morning. His application cites a latent shapeshifting ability in the Malfoy bloodline, dormant for generations, recently awakened. Principal Weems accepted him pending assessment. He's a spy, he has to be. Voldemort sent him. Almost certainly. Wednesday watched Malfoy's retreating figure with her flat, analytical gaze. The question isn't whether he's here under orders. The question is whether the orders are his only reason for being here. What's that supposed to mean? It means that people are complicated, Harry, and motivations are rarely singular. Draco Malfoy may be a spy. He may also be a boy who saw an opportunity to get away from a situation he can't control. Both things can be true simultaneously. She paused. I intend to watch him very carefully. You should do the same, but don't assume you already know what he is. Assumptions are the enemy of intelligence. She walked away, leaving Harry standing in the courtyard with his wand out and his certainties crumbling around him like the arena floor. That night, Harry sat on the roof. He'd found the access point by accident, a window at the end of the Claw's dormitory corridor that opened onto a narrow ledge, which led to a flat section of roof overlooking the rear grounds and the forest beyond. The air was cold and sharp, and the sky was overcast, and the distant lights of Jericho glimmered through the trees like earthbound stars. He'd sent Hedwig off with letters. She'd arrived at dinner, swooping into the dining hall and causing a minor sensation. Most Nevermore students had never seen a postal owl, and several of the Fang's students had to be physically restrained from chasing her. Harry had fed her bacon, written quick updates to Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, and sent her off into the American night. Now he sat alone and tried to sort through the wreckage of his day. He was an outcast, or at least something more than a wizard. MX. Liza's revelation, "You're not just a wizard, you never were," sat in his mind like a coal, too hot to touch directly. His entire identity, everything he'd built since he was 11, was founded on being a wizard, a Gryffindor, a Hogwarts student. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, famous for surviving a curse cast by the most dangerous wizard in history. But what if the reason he'd survived wasn't just his mother's sacrifice? What if there was something else, something innate, something that predated wands and schools and prophecies? A fundamental frequency. A core identity that Hogwarts had never tested for because it didn't know how, and the Ministry had never acknowledged because it didn't want to. What if he'd been an outcast all along, trained as a wizard by a world that didn't know what it was looking at? The roof access creaked, and Harry's wand was up before his thoughts had finished. It's me. Enid climbed through the window with considerably less grace than she'd probably intended, her wolf-print pajamas snagging on the latch. She pulled herself onto the ledge and plopped down beside him, hugging her knees. Couldn't sleep, she said. Me either. They sat in silence for a moment. Below them, the grounds were dark and still, and the forest pressed close like a crowd trying to hear a secret. Big day, huh? Enid said. Yeah, how are you doing? And I mean actually, not the British I'm fine thing where you're clearly not fine but it's rude to say so. Harry almost smiled. I don't know how I'm doing. I got expelled from school yesterday. Today I found out I might not be what I thought I was. And the one person I trust least in the world just showed up at the one place I was starting to think I might be safe. Malfoy, yeah, the whole school is talking about it. 2 wizards in 1 week, it's unprecedented. Bianca is losing her mind. Wednesday says he might be more than just a spy. Wednesday says a lot of things, some of them are even true. Enid picked at a thread on her pajamas. Can I tell you something about this place? Sure, Nevermore isn't perfect. I know it looks amazing compared to what you just went through, and it is. But it's a pressure cooker. 300 outcasts, all dealing with abilities they didn't ask for, all carrying trauma from a world that doesn't want them. People crack, they turn on each other. The hide that Wednesday fought, it came from here, from a student. From someone who couldn't handle what they were, and the pressure of pretending to be something else turned their darkness into a monster. She looked at him, and in the dim light, her eyes caught a faint gold gleam that wasn't entirely human. I'm telling you this because you've been through hell, and this place is going to seem like heaven by comparison. But it's not, it's just a different kind of real. And the thing underneath the school, the thing Wednesday's been obsessing over, she shivered. I don't have her psychic abilities. I can't see the future, but I can feel things. Werewolf senses, and something down there is getting stronger, Harry. Every night it's a little louder, a little closer. The pulse beat beneath them, steady and patient. Harry felt it in his bones. I felt it the moment I got here, he said. I know. That's what scares me, she exhaled, a long, shaking breath. I've been at Nevermore for 3 years. It's my home. These people are my family. And I can feel something coming that might take all of that away, and I can't. Her voice cracked. She pressed her face against her knees. Harry put his hand on her shoulder. It was an awkward, unpracticed gesture. Physical comfort had never been his strength, thanks to 16 years of the Dursleys, but Enid leaned into it, and something about the contact steadied them both. Wednesday brought me here for a reason, Harry said. She thinks I can help. I don't know if she's right, but I'm going to try. Enid lifted her head. Her eyes were wet but fierce. You'd better. Because if something happens to this school, Wednesday will burn the world down trying to save it, and she'll need someone standing next to her who knows how to do more than brood stylishly. I don't brood, Harry. You were sitting alone on a dark roof staring at the horizon. That's textbook brooding, he laughed. She laughed. And the sound of it rose into the dark sky above Nevermore Academy, 2 voices against the night, and somewhere underground, the pulse quickened, just for a moment, as if something deep in the earth had heard them and was listening. In his bed that night, Harry lay awake and stared at the ceiling and let the pulse roll through him like a tide. It was stronger now, or he was more attuned to it. The boundary between the 2 possibilities was getting thinner. He thought about Hogwarts. About the great hall and the common room and the creaking old castle that had been his first real home. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who were probably sitting in that common room right now, reading his letter, trying to figure out where Vermont was on a map. He thought about Dumbledore, whose grief had already known its own ending, about McGonagall and her fierce, futile rage, about Snape, who had sent a message through McGonagall that was so backhanded it almost qualified as a compliment. He thought about Malfoy, sleeping somewhere in this same school, wearing the same provisional gray tie, carrying secrets Harry couldn't yet see. He thought about Wednesday Addams, who'd found him on a bench and offered him not rescue but use, and who was the most honest person he'd ever met, and who was carrying visions of a future that ended in either salvation or detonation. He thought about the convergence point beneath the school, about Malachor Voss, about the seal that was weakening, powered by Voldemort's darkness from across the ocean, fed by the same dark magic that had put a scar on Harry's forehead 15 years ago. He thought about what MX Lies had said, "You're not just a wizard, you never were." And he thought about the tone he'd found inside himself, that deep, sustained note, his fundamental frequency, the vibration of whatever he truly was beneath the labels and the fame and the scar. Something was coming. The pulse told him so, and the scar told him so, and the deep animal part of his brain that had kept him alive through basilisks and dragons and dark lords told him so. Something was rising from beneath Nevermore Academy, and it was connected to the war back home, and Harry was at the center of it, as he always was, as he was starting to suspect he always would be. But for the first time, he wasn't facing it alone in a castle that had just betrayed him. He was in a new place, surrounded by new people, armed with abilities he hadn't known he possessed, and backed by a girl whose darkness matched his own in ways he was only beginning to understand. The pulse beat on. Harry breathed with it. And in the space between one heartbeat and the next, he made a decision. No more running. No more reacting. No more being the chess piece that everyone else moved across the board. Whatever was down there, he was going to meet it on his feet. He closed his eyes. This time, the dreams were his own. Chapter 3. Monsters and Magic. Harry's first full week at Nevermore taught him three things. First, that outcast students were simultaneously more accepting and more dangerous than anyone he'd met at Hogwarts. Second, that his wand magic, which he'd spent 5 years mastering, was roughly equivalent to showing up at a sword fight with a very fancy stick. And third, that Wednesday Addams was the most infuriating person he had ever worked alongside, and that included the entire Weasley family. The problem crystallized on Thursday morning during applied psychic defense. The class met in a basement room beneath the Claws' dormitory, stone walls, low ceiling, no windows, lit by candles that Wednesday had insisted upon because fluorescent lighting interfered with psychic sensitivity. There were only 2 students, Wednesday and Harry. The instructor was supposed to be Professor Jedian, but Wednesday had apparently bullied him into a supervisory role, which meant he sat in the corner reading and intervened only when something caught fire. Again, Wednesday said. Harry stood opposite her, 10 feet apart, sweat running down his temples. They'd been at this for 40 minutes. The exercise was deceptively simple. Wednesday would launch a psychic assault, a focused burst of mental energy designed to disorient, to overwhelm, to crack his defenses, and Harry would block it. The theory was that his occlumency training, such as it was, combined with his natural resistance to mental intrusion, would translate into a defense against outcast psychic abilities. The practice was that Wednesday's psychic attacks were nothing like Snape's legilimency. Snape had been a scalpel. Wednesday was a battering ram wrapped in razor wire. I said again. Wednesday repeated, "Give me a second." "Your enemies won't give you a second." "My enemies don't look like they weigh 90 pounds soaking wet." Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air between them, a pressure drop, a tightening, and then the psychic strike hit him like a freight train. It wasn't pain, exactly. It was intrusion. A foreign consciousness slamming against his mind with surgical force, probing for weaknesses, for cracks, for the emotional fault lines that everyone carried. Harry felt her push against his memories, not reading them, not yet, but testing the walls around them. She hit the barrier he'd built around the graveyard, around Cedric's death, around the killing curse's green flash, and he felt her recoil, not from his defense, but from what she'd glimpsed behind it. He pushed back. Not with occlumency, that was too slow, too structured for what she was doing, but with the raw, instinctive force that had kept Voldemort out of his head during the worst of the connection. He shoved her presence away from his mind with a burst of willpower that was more emotion than technique, and Wednesday staggered backward, catching herself on the desk behind her. Silence. Better, she said. She straightened, brushing dust from her sleeve. Your defensive instinct is strong, but it's purely reactive. You wait for the attack, absorb the impact, then push back. That's survivable against a single assailant. Against multiple psychics or a sustained assault, you'll be overwhelmed. So what should I do differently? Project. Instead of waiting for the intrusion and repelling it, extend your mental presence outward before the attack arrives. Create a perimeter. Make the attacker hit your defenses before they reach your mind. That's not how occlumency works. I don't care how occlumency works. Occlumency is a wizarding technique designed for wizarding threats. I'm teaching you to defend against outcast psychic abilities, which operate on an entirely different mechanism. She sat on the edge of the desk, crossing her ankles. Wizarding legilimency reads minds through magical channels. It follows the pathways created by spellwork and wand connections. Outcast psychic ability operates through resonance. It uses the fundamental frequency of the attacker to interfere with the fundamental frequency of the target. The defense, therefore, isn't about building walls, it's about making your frequency hostile to interference. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. You make it sound simple. It is simple. It's also extraordinarily difficult, which is a different thing entirely. She slid off the desk, again. This time, when you feel me coming, don't wait. Push outward first. Meet me in the space between us. They went again, and again, and again. By the end of the session, Harry was shaking with exhaustion and had managed, exactly once, to project his mental defenses far enough to intercept Wednesday's strike before it reached him. The interception had felt like two tuning forks vibrating against each other, a harsh, discordant clash that left them both wincing. Progress, Wednesday said, which was apparently the highest praise she was capable of. Professor Jedian looked up from his book. You two are going to give each other aneurysms. Only if we're lucky, Wednesday said. Friday brought advanced combat with Coach Thornton, and Harry discovered that while Hogwarts had taught him to duel, Nevermore taught students to fight. The arena was packed. Thornton's advanced class held about 20 students, representing all 4 houses, and every one of them moved with a physicality that made Harry feel like he'd been training in slow motion for 5 years. A werewolf girl from Fangs sparred with a boy who appeared to be made partially of stone, and the impact of their blows cracked the arena floor. 2 sirens practiced something that looked like dance but felt, to Harry's senses, like weaponized music. Their movements generated harmonic frequencies that shattered a stone pillar Thornton had set up as a target. A psychic levitated a dozen tennis balls and hurled them at a partner, who deflected each one with bursts of telekinetic force, the balls ricocheting around the arena like a pinball machine. Potter, Thornton's voice cut through the chaos. You're with Riviera, controlled sparring. 3 minutes. The student who stepped forward was a Scales girl, lean, dark-skinned, with close-cropped hair and eyes that were entirely black, no whites at all. She moved like water, fluid and continuous, and when she smiled, Harry caught a glimpse of teeth that were slightly too sharp. Yoko Riviera, she said, extending her hand. Siren, combat track, don't worry, I won't use my voice, that's considered unsportsmanlike. Harry Potter, wizard, I'll try not to use my wand. Her eyebrows rose. Thornton didn't say anything about that, I know. But if I'm going to learn to fight the way you lot fight, I need to stop relying on it. He slid his wand into his back pocket. Yoko's black eyes widened, and around the arena, several students stopped what they were doing to watch. Thornton said nothing, but Harry saw her grin. 3 minutes. Thornton called, "Start." Yoko came at him fast. She closed the distance in 2 steps, her movements flowing and unpredictable, and her first strike, an open-palmed blow aimed at his chest, hit with a force that sent him sliding backward across the sand. Not just physical force. Resonance force. He could feel the frequency behind it, a vibration that disrupted his balance and scrambled his spatial awareness. He dodged the second strike by instinct, dropping low and rolling sideways. Quidditch reflexes. His body knew how to move in 3 dimensions, how to read trajectories and adjust in real time, and that gave him an edge, barely and narrowing fast. Yoko pressed the advantage. She fought like a dancer and hit like a truck, and every impact carried that resonance disruption, making it harder for Harry to track her movements. He blocked a kick with his forearm and felt the vibration run through his bones, numbing his hand. He needed to change the game. He reached for the thing MX, Lies had shown him, his fundamental frequency, that deep internal tone. He found it, held it, and pushed it outward, not as a defense but as an interference pattern. His resonance clashed with Yoko's, and for one stuttering moment her fluid movements hitched, a break in rhythm, a half-second of disruption. Harry moved. He stepped inside her guard, caught her wrist, and used her momentum to redirect her past him. She stumbled, recovered instantly, spun on her heel, and found his hand flat against her sternum, not striking but pressing, channeling his resonance through the contact. The effect was electric. A burst of energy, not a spell, not intentional, just raw force flowing through the connection point, lifted Yoko off her feet and deposited her on the sand 3 meters away, where she landed in a crouch, eyes wide, teeth bared. The arena was silent. Then Yoko laughed. A full, delighted, slightly wild laugh that showed all those 2 sharp teeth. "What the hell was that?" she said. "I have no idea," Harry admitted. Thornton walked over. She looked at the spot where Harry had stood, where the sand was fused into glass in the shape of his footprint. "I think," she said slowly, "we need to add some sessions to your schedule, Potter." By the following Monday, Harry had settled into something resembling a routine. Classes during the day, training with Wednesday in the evenings. Study sessions with Enid, who was determined to teach him outcast theory whether he wanted it or not, and long hours on the roof at night. Feeling the pulse and trying to make sense of what he was becoming. He was walking from resonance fundamentals to outcast history, crossing the quad where students gathered between classes, when he heard the commotion. A crowd had formed near the central fountain, a stone structure carved with faces that shifted expression depending on the viewer. Students were clustered in a rough circle, and the energy was wrong. Not excited, hostile. Harry pushed through. In the center of the circle, Draco Malfoy stood alone. He was surrounded by 5 Fang students, werewolves, all of them bigger than him. All of them radiating the kind of aggressive body language that Harry recognized from 100 schoolyard confrontations. The biggest, a broad-shouldered boy with russet hair and amber eyes, was doing the talking. "Don't care what your application says. We can smell what you are, wizard. You stink of wand magic and dark curses." He stepped closer. "My cousin was at Hogwarts before the ministry classified her as a beast and deported her. Your father signed the legislation." Malfoy's face was white. Not with fear. Harry had seen Malfoy afraid, and this wasn't it. This was the rigid, locked-down blankness of someone who had been cornered and was calculating the odds. His hand was in his pocket, presumably on his wand, but he hadn't drawn it. "I'm not my father," Malfoy said. His voice was steady, which surprised Harry. "No, you've got his face, his name, and from what I hear, his loyalties." "You don't know anything about my loyalties." The werewolf laughed. It was not a nice laugh. "Big words from someone who showed up at our school with a Death Eater's dark mark on his daddy's arm." "What's the matter, Junior? Daddy send you to spy on the monsters?" Something flickered across Malfoy's face. Harry saw it, a crack in the mask, a flash of something complicated and painful that disappeared so quickly he might have imagined it. "Walk away," Malfoy said. "I don't want trouble." "Too bad. Trouble wants you." The werewolf reached for Malfoy's collar. Malfoy's wand came out fast, faster than Harry expected, and the tip glowed with a hex that Harry recognized as a stinging jinx. The crowd surged. The other werewolves moved in. and Harry, without making a conscious decision, was suddenly between them. "Back off," he said. The werewolf Marcus, someone in the crowd whispered, stared at Harry. "Potter, you're defending him. I'm preventing a 5-on-1. Harry's wand was out. He hadn't drawn it deliberately, it had simply appeared in his hand, summoned by the same combat instinct that had kept him alive through worse situations than this. Whatever your problem with Malfoy is, handle it fairly or don't handle it at all. He's a spy. Everyone knows it. Maybe he is. That's for Weems and Wednesday to figure out, not a pack of bullies in the quad." Marcus's eyes narrowed. The amber in them brightened, and Harry felt the shift in the air, the pre-transformation energy that werewolves generated when their control slipped. He adjusted his stance. Behind him, he heard Malfoy's breathing, sharp and uneven. "You're new here, Potter, so I'll explain something." Marcus stepped forward. He was a head taller than Harry, broader, and when he spoke, his voice had dropped into a register that was more growl than speech. "At Nevermore, we handle our own problems. We don't run to authorities, we don't play nice, and we sure as hell don't let wizards tell us what to do." "I'm not telling you what to do, I'm telling you what I'll do if you don't back off." Harry let a breath of power flow into his wand, not a spell, just potential, just readiness, and the tip glowed brighter. Behind him, the ground vibrated, the ley line response, the pulse answering his call. Marcus felt it. His eyes widened fractionally. He looked at the ground, at Harry's feet, at the faint ripple of energy spreading outward through the flagstones. Then he stepped back. Not because he was afraid, Harry could see that in his face. Because he'd reassessed the situation and decided this fight wasn't worth the cost. "A tactical retreat. This isn't over," Marcus said. He wasn't looking at Harry when he said it. He was looking at Malfoy. The crowd dispersed. Harry watched them go, his wand still out, his pulse still elevated. When they were alone, he turned. Malfoy looked at him with an expression Harry had never seen on his face, confusion mainly, and beneath it, something raw and unguarded that Malfoy was clearly trying very hard to suppress. "I didn't need your help," Malfoy said. 5-on-1, Malfoy. Even you're not that arrogant. I had it under control. You had a stinging jinx against 5 werewolves. That's not control, that's suicide with extra steps." Malfoy's jaw worked. He looked away, across the quad, at the school that had been his home for less than a week, and that was already turning against him. Something in the set of his shoulders reminded Harry uncomfortably of himself. Yesterday, on a bench, alone. "Why?" Malfoy asked, and his voice was stripped of its usual sneer, bare and bewildered. "After what happened at Hogwarts, after what I did, why would you?" "Because I watched Umbridge let you hurt a kid, and I did nothing about it for months before I finally snapped. Because I'm tired of standing by while people get ganged up on, even if the person getting ganged up on is you." Malfoy stared at him. The mask was gone, and what was underneath was younger than Harry expected. Scared, exhausted, not the cold, sneering adversary of 5 years, but a 16-year-old boy a long way from home, in a place where his name was a curse and his bloodline was a target. "I'm not here to spy on you, Potter," Malfoy said quietly, "or anyone." "Then why are you here?" A pause, long, heavy, loaded with things unsaid. "Because my father took the mark this summer," Malfoy said, "officially." He knelt in front of the Dark Lord and rolled up his sleeve and let them burn it into his skin, and I stood in the corner and watched, and he stopped. His voice had gone rough, he cleared his throat. "Nevermore was my mother's idea. She found the loophole, the dormant shapeshifting trait in the Malfoy bloodline, enough to qualify for enrollment. She forged the application. She arranged the portkey. She told my father I was going on a study exchange to Durmstrang. Your mother sent you here to hide." "My mother sent me here to survive." Malfoy's eyes met Harry's, and the intensity in them was startling. "You don't know what it's like in that house, Potter. You think you do because you've fought him, because you've seen the worst of it. But living in it, every day, watching your father become something unrecognizable, knowing that every night the Dark Lord might walk into your home and ask you to prove your loyalty." He broke off. "My mother told me to go and to not come back until it was safe, and we both knew it might never be safe." Harry stood in the empty quad, holding his wand, looking at Draco Malfoy, and felt the ground shift beneath him for the second time in a week. Not literally, though with the ley lines, you could never be sure, but fundamentally. A certainty he'd carried for 5 years: Malfoy is the enemy, Malfoy is cruel, Malfoy is his father's son, cracked and showed something more complicated underneath. He didn't trust Malfoy. He wasn't sure he'd ever trust Malfoy, but he recognized the expression on that pale, pointed face because he'd worn it himself, sitting on a bench in King's Cross with nowhere to go. "Wednesday's watching you," Harry said. "You should know that. Everyone's watching me, I'm used to it." "Yeah, well, she's smarter than everyone else." Malfoy almost smiled. It looked painful, like a muscle that hadn't been used in months. "I know. She cornered me in the library yesterday and told me she'd mapped my psychological profile and could predict my decisions with 87% accuracy. I told her she was overestimating herself. She said the remaining 13% was what made me interesting." Harry barked a laugh. That sounds like her. They stood in awkward silence. Two wizards in an outcast school, carrying histories that would have been lifetimes for normal people, separated by everything and connected by the specific, shared experience of being expelled from the world they'd been raised in. "We're not friends," Harry said, obviously. "But if those werewolves come at you again, I'll handle it." "But if they come at you again," Harry repeated, "find me, not because I like you, because this school doesn't need a murder investigation in its first month of having wizards on campus." Malfoy nodded once, short, stiff. He picked up his bag from where he'd dropped it and walked away, and Harry watched him go and thought, "This is either going to be the worst mistake I've made at Nevermore or the most important one, and I genuinely can't tell which." Wednesday found him in the Nightshade Library that evening, cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by Callista Vane's journals. "You defended Malfoy," she said, settling into the chair across from him with the ease of someone who considered this particular library an extension of her personal space. "News travels fast," Enid's blog. She had a correspondent in the quad. Wednesday pulled a journal from the nearest shelf and opened it. "Your reasoning," he was outnumbered. "That's not reasoning, that's reflex." Harry looked up from the journal in his lap. "Is there a difference?" "For most people, no. For you, there should be. You're operating in a new environment with new rules, and your Gryffindor instinct to charge into every injustice wand first is going to cause problems." She paused. "That said, the intelligence you gathered from Malfoy, about his mother, his father, his reasons for being here, was more than I'd managed to extract in a week of surveillance. So your reflex produced useful results. You were watching. I'm always watching. It's one of my more appealing qualities." She turned a page in her journal. "He's telling the truth, or at least a version of the truth. His emotional responses during the confrontation were consistent with genuine trauma, not performance. The Malfoy boy is running from something real. That doesn't mean he's not also here under orders. No, it doesn't, but it means his compliance with those orders isn't guaranteed, which makes him a potential asset rather than a straightforward threat." She looked at him over the journal. "You're learning. Don't sound so surprised." "I'm not surprised, I'm pleased. There's a difference, though I understand both expressions look identical on my face." Harry went back to the journals. He'd been reading for hours, piecing together the fragmented history of Malachar Voss from Callista Vane's entries and the handful of other records the Nightshade Library contained. The picture that was emerging was disturbing. Voss hadn't been a villain, not originally. He'd been an outcast, a warlock with innate abilities that dwarfed anything his community had seen, who had also, through circumstances the records didn't fully explain, gained access to wand magic. He'd been the first hybrid, the first person to exist in both worlds. And he'd seen the separation between wizards and outcasts as an artificial prison. "Listen to this," Harry said, reading from a journal dated 1789. "Voss spoke at the Council of the Unbound last evening. His words were fire. He said that the wall between our kind and theirs is not natural, not inevitable, not necessary. He said it was built by the first wizards, outcasts who externalized their power and then used that externalization as a basis for supremacy. He said the wall keeps both sides weak. He said he would tear it down. Half the council cheered. Half walked out. I sat in my chair and felt the future split in two. Wednesday was reading over his shoulder. He hadn't heard her move. "The next entry," she said. Harry turned the page. "Voss's ritual begins tonight. He has gathered 37 outcasts and 12 wizards who believe, as he does, who believe the wall can be broken, that the two magics can be merged, that a new kind of being can be forged from the union. They go to the convergence point where the ley lines cross, where the Earth's power is closest to the surface. I begged him not to. I told him my visions show only fire. He said fire is how worlds are reborn. The next several pages were missing, torn out or burned. The journal resumed in a different handwriting, shakier, older, the ink smudged in places as if by tears or rain. Voss is gone. The ritual failed or succeeded, depending on one's perspective. The wall did not break, but it cracked, and through the crack something poured that was neither wizard nor outcast, but something else entirely. A new energy, a hybrid force. It consumed the 37 outcasts and the 12 wizards, absorbed their power, their consciousness, their very selves, and then it collapsed inward, sinking into the ley lines like water into sand. The convergence point is active now. It pulses, it breathes. And in its rhythm, I can hear Voss's voice, not dead but transformed, merged with the energy he tried to liberate, trapped in the network he tried to reshape. We will build our school above his grave, not to honor him, to contain him. Harry set the journal down. His hands were steady, but his mind was racing. He's alive, Harry said. Sort of. He's in the ley lines. A consciousness distributed through an energy network, Wednesday said. Not alive in any biological sense, but present, aware. And drawing power from every dark magical act that feeds into the global ley line system. Voldemort's return is the largest sustained input of dark energy the ley line network has experienced in centuries. Every Death Eater attack, every dark ritual, every use of unforgivable curses, it all feeds the network. And the convergence point beneath Nevermore is the primary collection node. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes. So there's a 200-year-old consciousness buried under the school, feeding on Voldemort's war from across an ocean, getting stronger every day. And you brought me here because, what? My scar connects me to the same network. Your scar, your history. Your unique position as someone who interfaces with both wizarding and outcast energy systems. Wednesday sat down across from him. Harry, when Voss attempted his ritual, he was trying to merge two incompatible magical systems. It killed everyone involved and created an abomination. But today, in the arena, you did something similar, on a much smaller scale, accidentally, and without dying. Because I'm what? A natural hybrid. Because something about you, your mother's sacrifice, the killing curse's mark, your innate frequency, has created a bridge between the two systems that doesn't destroy the host. You're what Voss was trying to create, a conduit between worlds, she paused. Which means you're either the key to containing what's underneath us, or the key to setting it free. And I don't yet know which, salvation or detonation, exactly. They sat in the candlelit library, surrounded by the journals of dead prophets and the fading words of a woman who'd watched the future split in two, and the pulse beneath them beat on, steady and patient and growing. We need to go down there, Harry said. Not yet. You're not ready. Neither am I. How do you know? Because my most recent vision showed us going down there and not coming back. She said this with her usual flatness, but Harry caught something in the set of her jaw, a tension that belied the calm. The visions are changing as the timeline shifts. Every day you train, every new ability you develop, the future reconfigures. I need the version where we come back. And if it doesn't come, Wednesday met his eyes. Then we go anyway and we improvise. I'm quite good at improvising. That's terrifying. Thank you. The weekend arrived and brought with it Jericho. Wednesday hadn't mentioned the town trip until Saturday morning when she appeared at breakfast and said, "We're going into town. You need clothes that aren't 5 years old. and I need supplies from a shop that doesn't exist on any official map. Harry, Enid, and, somewhat unexpectedly, Ajax formed the expedition party. They walked the mile into Jericho along a path through the woods that Enid narrated like a tour guide, pointing out landmarks, the spot where Wednesday had been buried alive. She got out in under 3 minutes, which is apparently a school record. The tree where a werewolf had once gotten stuck during a botched transformation. It took 4 hours and a bucket of raw meat to get him down. And the creek where, according to school legend, a siren had once seduced a fish just to see if she could. She could, Ajax confirmed. It was weird. Jericho itself was a small New England town that looked, on the surface, like every small New England town Harry had ever seen in films: brick buildings, white churches, a town square with a statue and a diner and a hardware store. But Harry's newly sensitized perception caught the undercurrent. Half the shops had a shimmer to them, a faint resonance that told him they were more than they appeared. The bookshop had a basement that pulsed with outcast energy. The coffee shop's barista had scales on her wrists that she'd glamored to look like tattoos. The hardware store sold, in addition to nails and lumber, something that hummed with a frequency Harry associated with telekinetic amplification. Dual economy, Wednesday explained, noting his observations. Jericho runs on 2 layers. The surface is normie. Underneath, it's one of the largest outcast commerce hubs on the East Coast. The integration is fragile but functional. They visited a clothing shop that catered to Nevermore students. The stock was dark, the fits were good. And the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with the faint green tint of someone with plant-type outcast heritage, sized Harry up with a glance and had a full wardrobe assembled in 20 minutes. Harry paid in galleons, which the shopkeeper accepted after consulting a floating exchange rate chart that hovered behind the counter. While he tried on jackets, Enid pressed her face against the window of a candy shop next door, and Ajax disappeared into a music store. Wednesday, meanwhile, walked to the end of the main street and turned down an alley that Harry was fairly certain hadn't been there a moment ago. He found her in a shop that existed in the gap between 2 buildings, a space that defied geometry, wider inside than out, filled with shelves of objects that resisted easy classification. Bottles, bones, books in languages that shifted when you looked at them. Things in jars that might have been organs. Wednesday was at the counter, engaged in what appeared to be an intense negotiation with a man whose face Harry couldn't quite fix in his memory. Every time he looked away and back, the man's features had rearranged, 3 vials of convergence water. Wednesday said, "And the obsidian dowsing rods, the water I can do." The shifting-faced man opened a cabinet behind him. "The dowsing rods are restricted. You need faculty authorization." Professor Jedian signed the requisition form. Professor Jedian's signature looks different every time he signs something. Half the faculty thinks he's 3 different people. He might be. That's not my problem. Wednesday placed a folded paper on the counter. The form, the signature, my assurance that the rods will be used responsibly. The man unfolded the paper, squinted at it, and sighed. "Your definition of responsibly concerns me deeply, Miss Addams. It should. It means I'll try not to level the town." He produced the dowsing rods, 2 thin obsidian rods, each about a foot long, that vibrated faintly in a frequency Harry's new senses recognized as ley line adjacent. He also placed 3 small vials of liquid on the counter. The liquid was black and moved of its own accord, swirling in patterns that mimicked the ley line flows Harry felt beneath the school. "Convergence water," Wednesday told Harry as they left. "Drawn from the ley line network's nearest surface access point. It reacts to the presence of hybrid energy, magic that bridges wizarding and outcast systems. I intend to use it to map the convergence point's growth pattern. And the dowsing rods, for locating the weak points in the seal. If we're going to go underground eventually, I want to know which entrance won't collapse on us." They reconvened with Enid and Ajax outside the diner, where Enid was eating the largest milkshake Harry had ever seen with the focused determination of someone training for a competitive eating event. Ajax was reading a guitar magazine and occasionally turning the page with a telekinetic nudge, too lazy to use his hands. Harry sat beside Enid and ordered coffee. The diner was warm and loud and smelled like grease and sugar, and for a moment, just a moment, it felt almost normal. 4 teenagers in a diner on a Saturday, friends, or something close to it. Then the door opened and Bianca Barclay walked in. She wasn't alone. 2 other Scales students flanked her, but they peeled off to a booth of their own as Bianca approached Harry's table. She was dressed in civilian clothes, expensive, well-cut, dark, and she carried herself with the same controlled authority she projected at school, undimmed by the casual setting. Wednesday, a nod. Potter, Bianca, Wednesday said. Sit down, we need to talk. We do. Bianca slid into the booth next to Ajax, who scooted over with a murmured greeting. Specifically, we need to talk about why 3 of my Scales students woke up screaming last night. The table went still. Enid's straw paused mid-sip, screaming, Wednesday said, nightmares. The same nightmare experienced simultaneously by 3 students in 3 different rooms. They described an underground space, fire, a voice calling to them from the dark. Bianca's color-shifting eyes locked onto Wednesday's. This is what you've been investigating, the thing beneath the school. Yes. And you didn't think the student council, the body responsible for student welfare, needed to be informed. I was informing myself first. The situation is complex and premature disclosure would cause panic without providing solutions. Premature. Bianca's composure cracked just slightly. Students are being psychically attacked in their sleep, Wednesday. That's not a research project, that's a crisis. 3 students experiencing shared nightmares is not yet a crisis, it's a warning. Wednesday's voice was calm, clinical. But you're right that it's escalating faster than I anticipated. The convergence point's influence is expanding beyond the ley lines and into the ambient psychic field. Sensitive students, sirens especially, given their resonance-based abilities, are going to be the first to feel it. Feel what, exactly? Wednesday looked at Harry. A silent question. How much do we share? Harry made the decision for both of them. There's something under the school, a consciousness embedded in the ley lines. It's been dormant for 200 years, and it's waking up because of the dark magic Voldemort is generating in Britain. It's getting into people's heads. Bianca stared at him, then at Wednesday, then back at him. You've known about this for how long? I've been investigating for 3 months. Wednesday said. Harry's involvement is more recent but significant. He can sense the convergence point directly. He's been tracking its growth since he arrived. And Weems knows more than she's telling. She has access to founding era documents that I don't, and she's been reinforcing the school's resonance field, the collective outcast energy that suppresses the convergence, without explaining why to anyone. She's scared, Bianca. She's trying to manage the situation administratively, and it's not working. Bianca was quiet for a long time. The diner hummed around them. A normie waitress refilled coffee cups. Outside, Jericho went about its Saturday like nothing was wrong. What do you need? Bianca asked. Wednesday blinked. It was the closest to surprised Harry had ever seen her. I beg your pardon, you heard me. What do you need? You've been running this investigation alone because that's how you operate, alone, in the dark, trusting nobody. But you just told me students are being attacked in their sleep, and that means this is my problem too. So what do you need? Something passed between the 2 girls. History, Harry guessed. Conflict and competition and grudging respect, layered over a shared commitment to the school that was, for both of them, the first place they'd ever been fully themselves. I need your intelligence network, Wednesday said. Every Scales student who's experienced unusual dreams, psychic disturbances, or resonance anomalies in the last 3 months. I need the data quietly, no announcements, no panic. And I need you to keep Marcus and his Fangs faction from starting a war with Malfoy. The political disruption is a distraction we can't afford, Bianca nodded slowly. And in return, I keep you informed, fully, no more solo operations. That must have physically hurt you to say. It did, savor it. Bianca allowed herself a smile, small, real, gone as quickly as it appeared. She looked at Harry. You trust her, not completely, Harry said, but I trust her more than anyone else who's told me the truth this year. Fair enough, Bianca stood. I'll have the data by Monday. And Wednesday, if this thing puts my students in danger, I don't care about your investigation timeline, I'll act. I'd expect nothing less. Bianca left. Wednesday drank her coffee. The diner settled back into its comfortable noise. You handled that well, Wednesday said. I told the truth. It's not complicated. For most people, truth is extremely complicated. You make it look simple. She paused. That's meant as a compliment in case my delivery was unclear. It was clear, Harry said. Thank you. Enid, who had been watching the entire exchange with her mouth slightly open, set down her milkshake. Did Wednesday Addams just give someone a compliment? She said. Ajax, did that just happen? I saw nothing, Ajax said, not looking up from his magazine, and I will testify accordingly. Sunday night, the Nightshade Library. Harry and Wednesday, alone with the convergence water and the obsidian dowsing rods and a map of Nevermore's underground tunnel system that Wednesday had obtained through methods she described only as persuasive. The map was old, hand-drawn, and annotated in Callista Vane's cramped handwriting. It showed a network of passages beneath the school that was far more extensive than Harry had imagined. Tunnels branching in every direction, some of them natural caves, others clearly carved, all of them converging on a single central point marked with the same symbol he'd seen on Voss's journal. The bisected circle with its 3 satellite points. The convergence point, Wednesday said, tracing the symbol with her finger. It's approximately 40 meters below the school, in a natural cavern that Voss's ritual expanded. The tunnels are the access routes. Most were sealed after the founding, and the rest were closed after the Hyde incident. She placed one of the convergence water vials on the map. The black liquid inside immediately surged toward the central symbol, pressing against the glass as if trying to reach it. Magnetic attraction. She said, the water is drawn to the convergence point. The stronger the pull, the more active the point. She moved the vial around the map, and Harry watched the liquid shift, strongest at the center, weaker at the periphery, but never fully still. Even at the map's edges, the water stirred. It's everywhere, Harry said. The influence is expanding. 3 months ago, the pull was negligible beyond the central cavern. Now it extends to the school's foundations. In another month, at current growth rates, it'll reach the surface. And then Voss's consciousness has direct access to 300 outcast students whose combined resonance is the only thing keeping him contained. The seal doesn't just suppress him, it's powered by the students. If he can interfere with them, turn their resonance to his purposes, he breaks free. Wednesday nodded. She picked up the dowsing rods and held them parallel over the map. They vibrated, then swung apart, each one pointing toward a different tunnel entrance. 2 access points, she said. 2 places where the seal is weakest, where we could potentially enter the tunnel system without destabilizing it further. She marked them on the map. One beneath the old gymnasium, which is currently used for storage, the other beneath the Nightshade Library itself. Harry looked at the floor. The stone beneath them suddenly felt very thin. We're sitting on top of an entrance. The Nightshade Society was founded to guard the seal. This library was built directly above a primary access point for that reason. Wednesday set down the rods. When we go underground, we go from here. When? Not if. My latest vision showed us entering through this point. We're with others, I couldn't see who. The timeline is clearer than it was a week ago. She paused, and Harry saw it again, that jaw-tightening tension, the tell that said her composure was costing her something. We come back in this version, both of us. But something comes back with us. The candles guttered. The pulse from underground surged, and for one moment Harry felt it differently than before, not as a heartbeat but as a breath. An inhalation. As if something deep in the earth had expanded its lungs, his scar flared. Not the dull throb he'd grown accustomed to, but a sharp, bright pain that made him gasp and press his hand to his forehead. Wednesday's head snapped toward him. What is it? My scar, he gritted his teeth. The pain spiked, and with it came a flash, not a vision, not a memory, but an impression. Darkness. Depth. A voice that was not Voldemort's, but that resonated at the same frequency, the same register of ancient, patient malice. I see you, bridge builder. The words weren't heard. They were felt, reverberating through the ley line connection, through Harry's scar, through his fundamental frequency. They came from below. I see you, and I am grateful. You are exactly what I need. Then it was gone. The scar subsided to its usual dull ache. The candles steadied. The pulse returned to its regular rhythm. Harry lowered his hand. Wednesday was watching him with an intensity that bordered on clinical. He spoke to me, Harry said. His voice sounded distant in his own ears. Voss, he's aware of me. He called me a bridge builder. Wednesday's face went still. Not her usual controlled blankness, something deeper, something that looked, for the first time, like genuine fear. That accelerates our timeline, she said quietly. By how much? Significantly. She began rolling up the map with precise, quick movements. If Voss is aware of you specifically, he'll try to use you. Your connection to the ley lines, your dual system capability, he'll attempt to draw you in, to make you a willing or unwilling participant in whatever he's building down there. I won't let him. Your willingness isn't the variable I'm worried about. Voss doesn't need your cooperation. He needs your frequency. If he can harmonize with your resonance, match your fundamental tone, and piggyback on the bridge between wizard and outcast energy, he can use you as a channel to bypass the seal entirely. Harry's stomach dropped. So I'm not just the key to stopping him, I'm also the key to his escape. Yes. And you knew this was a possibility when you recruited me. I knew it was a risk. The alternative, leaving you unaware and unprotected, a latent conduit that Voss could access remotely, was worse. She met his eyes. I brought you here so we could prepare. So you could learn to control what you are before he learns to exploit it. That calculation hasn't changed. The stakes have. The stakes were always this high, Harry. You just didn't know it yet. He stood. The library felt smaller, the walls closer, the floor thinner. He could feel Voss's attention like a weight on his shoulders, not active, not pressing, but present, aware, watching. Then we train harder, Harry said. And we go down there before he's ready for us, not after. Wednesday looked at him for a long moment, then she nodded. Agreed, she said. I'll start preparing. We have weeks, not months, and Harry, she paused at the door, the voice you heard, the thing it called you, bridge builder. Yeah, that's not a threat, it's a title. In Voss's philosophy, the bridge builder was the one who would finish what he started, merge the two magical systems, break the wall between wizards and outcasts, and create a new unified power. She paused. He doesn't want to destroy you, he wants to recruit you. And in some ways, that's far more dangerous. She left. Harry stood alone in the Nightshade Library, above the sealed entrance to the tunnels, above the convergence point, above the consciousness of a warlock who tried to change the world and had been consumed by his own ambition. The pulse beat on, and somewhere far away, across an ocean, Harry's scar connected him to a different kind of darkness, Voldemort, who was feeding energy into the same network. Who didn't know about Voss, but whose war was waking something that might make him look like a footnote in the history of magical catastrophe. Two enemies, two fronts, one boy standing in the middle, a bridge between worlds that everyone wanted to cross. Harry touched his scar. It was warm. It was always warm now. He picked up his wand, and the Hollywood hummed in his grip, not with wizarding magic alone, but with the deeper resonance that Nevermore had awakened in him, the frequency that was his and his alone, the tone that made him what he was, not just a wizard. Not just an outcast, something new. Something that both sides of the wall could use and that both sides feared, something that Malachar Voss had dreamed of 2 centuries ago, and that Harry Potter was becoming whether he wanted to or not. The candles flickered. The pulse beat. And Harry stood in the dark and chose, again, to face what was coming rather than run from it. It was, he reflected, the only thing he'd ever really been good at. Chapter 4. The convergence. The seal broke on a Tuesday, not all at once, not a dramatic collapse, no thundering crack in the earth. It happened the way ice melts, slowly, then suddenly, with a final quiet surrender that was worse than any explosion. Harry felt it at 3:47 in the morning. He was asleep, dreaming of nothing, when the pulse beneath Nevermore stuttered. It had been constant since his arrival, steady, rhythmic, a second heartbeat. He'd grown so accustomed to that he'd stopped noticing it consciously. When it faltered, the absence yanked him awake like a hand around his throat. He sat up in the dark. Across the room, Enid was still sleeping, one arm hanging off the bed, her breathing slow and even. Everything was quiet. Everything was normal. Then the pulse resumed, and it was different, faster. Stronger, and no longer coming from one direction. Before, the convergence point had been a single source, a beacon deep underground, radiating upward. Now Harry felt it everywhere, in the walls, in the floor. In the air itself, a vibration so pervasive it was like trying to locate the source of a sound when you were standing inside a bell. His scar ignited. Harry bit down on the inside of his cheek to keep from screaming. The pain was white-hot, searing, and behind it came Voss's presence, not words this time but a feeling, an emotion pushed through the ley line connection with the force of a tidal wave. Triumph. Ancient, patient, absolute triumph. Something had given way. One of the seal's layers, one of the barriers that 2 centuries of outcast resonance had maintained, had failed. And Voss was one step closer to the surface. Harry threw off his blankets, shoved his feet into shoes, grabbed his wand, and was out the door before Enid stirred. The corridor was dark and empty. He moved fast, instinct guiding him, his newly trained resonance sense painting the world in layers of energy that he read like a map. The ley lines beneath the school were lit up, blazing, surging, carrying power through the earth like blood through arteries. Whatever suppressive effect the student body's collective resonance normally had was being overwhelmed. The students were asleep. Their resonance was passive, unconscious, operating at minimal output. And Voss had chosen this moment, the quietest hour of the night when the seal was weakest, to push through. Harry reached the end of the claw's corridor and nearly collided with Wednesday. She was fully dressed, which told him she hadn't been sleeping. Her face was paler than usual, and her eyes had a glazed, unfocused quality that he'd learned to associate with her visions. Thing clung to her shoulder, its fingers gripping her collar. "You felt it," she said, "the seal. Something broke, the second layer. There are 5 in total, nested like Russian dolls. The outermost failed 3 weeks ago. That's when the nightmares started. The second just went." She blinked, and her eyes refocused. "I had a vision. 20 seconds ago. The 3rd layer fails within the week. The 4th holds for perhaps 2 more after that. The 5th, how long? 3 weeks, maybe less. When the 5th layer breaks, Voss's consciousness reaches the surface. Full access to the student body's resonance field, full access to the ley line network, full access to you." The corridor hummed around them. Harry could feel the school itself vibrating, the stones resonating with the unleashed energy from below. Somewhere distant, a window cracked. "We need to tell Weems," Harry said. "We need to do more than tell her. We need to go underground." Wednesday started walking. Now, tonight, before the 3rd layer fails and the tunnel system becomes impassable. "You said we weren't ready." "We weren't, we aren't. But the timeline has collapsed, and waiting for readiness is a luxury we no longer have." She stopped at the stairwell and turned. In the faint light from the emergency torches that lined the walls, her face was all sharp angles and shadow. "My most recent vision, the one from 20 seconds ago, showed us entering the tunnels tonight. You, me, and 2 others. We reach the convergence point. We see what Voss has been building, and we come back. The version where we come back." "Yes, but Harry, in this version, what comes back with us isn't a thing, it's knowledge. We learn something down there that changes everything. I couldn't see what. The vision ended before the revelation." "That's reassuring. It wasn't meant to be." They moved through the school. Wednesday sent Thing ahead to wake Bianca. The siren's resonance sensitivity made her the most useful ally for navigating the psychic environment underground. Harry, operating on an instinct he didn't fully understand, detoured to the provisional dormitory where new students were housed. He knocked on Malfoy's door. Hard. 3 times, the door opened. Malfoy stood there in sleep clothes, wand in hand, blonde hair disheveled, and his face carried the sharp, alert expression of someone who'd already been awake. "You felt it too," Harry said. Malfoy's jaw tightened. "I felt something, like the ground took a breath. Get dressed." "We're going underground." He expected argument, refusal, the old Malfoy sneer and a cutting remark about Potter playing hero. Instead, Malfoy looked at him for 3 seconds, nodded once, and closed the door. He emerged 90 seconds later, fully dressed, wand holstered, a small leather bag slung over one shoulder. "What's in the bag?" Harry asked as they walked. "Potions. Emergency kit. My mother packed it before I left." A pause. "She's paranoid. I've learned not to argue with her paranoia." They reconvened in the Nightshade Library. Wednesday was already there, the map spread on the floor, the convergence water vials arranged around it. Bianca arrived moments later, wrapped in a dark coat, her color-shifting eyes bright with a mixture of anger and focus. "This had better be worth waking me at 4 in the morning," Bianca said. "The second seal layer just collapsed," Wednesday said without preamble. "Voss's influence is expanding exponentially. We have weeks before he reaches the surface. I need to see the convergence point, understand what he's building, how far along he is, what we're actually fighting. We go now, while the tunnel system is still navigable, and before the school wakes up and asks questions we can't answer yet." Bianca looked at the map, at the vials of convergence water straining toward the central symbol, at Harry and Malfoy standing side by side in a pairing that would have been unthinkable a month ago. "The 4 of us," she said. "The 4 of us is what my vision showed. Harry for his ley line sensitivity and combat capability, you for your resonance perception and psychic resistance. Malfoy," she looked at Draco, "for reasons I can't yet articulate but that the vision was emphatic about." "Wonderful," Malfoy said dryly. "Chosen by prophecy." "That's Potter's department, not mine. It's not prophecy. It's probability mapping through psychic precognition. The distinction matters." "Does it though?" Wednesday ignored him. She knelt beside the map and placed the obsidian dowsing rods at the access point beneath the library. They vibrated, hummed, and then pointed straight down. "The entrance is beneath the hearthstone." She stood and moved to the library's small fireplace, a stone structure Harry had assumed was decorative. She pressed her palm against the back wall of the firebox and pushed. The stone swung inward on hidden hinges, revealing a passage that descended into darkness. Cold air rushed up from below. It smelled of damp stone and something metallic, the same lightning strike scent Harry associated with concentrated ley line energy. The pulse was stronger here, reverberating up through the passage like sound through a pipe. "Stay together," Wednesday said. "Harry, you're on point. Your ley line sense is the strongest. I'm behind you. Bianca center, Malfoy rear guard. Don't touch the walls if they're glowing. Don't respond to anything that speaks to you, and if I tell you to run, run." She produced 4 small objects from her pocket, flat stones, each one inscribed with a symbol that glowed faintly blue. "Resonance anchors. They'll maintain your individual frequency against interference. Wear them against your skin." Harry pressed his stone against his chest, under his shirt. It was warm, and the moment it touched his skin, he felt a subtle stabilization, his resonance frequency firming up, becoming more defined, like a radio signal locking onto a clear channel. The ambient noise of the ley lines dimmed slightly, and his own internal tone grew louder. "Ready?" Wednesday asked. Nobody said yes. They went anyway. The passage descended steeply. Rough-hewn stone steps, slick with moisture, spiraling down into the earth. Harry led with his wand lit, lumos, and the light caught on mineral veins in the rock that sparkled and shifted, refracting the beam in ways that suggested the minerals were not entirely natural. 10 meters down, the steps ended and the tunnel began. It was wider than Harry expected, broad enough for 3 people to walk abreast, with a ceiling that arched overhead and walls that bore the marks of both geological formation and deliberate carving. The carved sections were covered in symbols that Harry recognized from Callista Vane's journals: warnings, wards, containment sigils, all of them 2 centuries old and all of them fading. The ward carvings are degrading, Bianca murmured. Her fingers hovered near the wall, not touching. I can feel it. They're supposed to be active, generating a suppressive field, but they're running dry. The energy that powered them is being redirected. To the convergence point, Wednesday said. Voss is cannibalizing the seal's own power source to fuel his expansion. The wards were designed to draw on the ley lines for maintenance. Now he controls the ley lines, so he controls the wards. Eating his own cage, Malfoy said from the rear. That's actually clever. He had 2 centuries to think about it, Wednesday said. Cleverness was inevitable. They moved deeper. The tunnel branched several times, and each time Harry felt the ley lines pull him in the right direction, a magnetic tug in his chest, drawing him toward the convergence point. He followed it, and the others followed him, and the darkness pressed closer with every step. At the 3rd junction, they found the first body. It wasn't a body exactly. It was a shape, human-sized, embedded in the tunnel wall, fused with the stone as if it had grown there. The features were smoothed over, eroded by time, but Harry could make out the contours of a face, arms raised in a gesture that might have been defense or supplication. The stone figure was riddled with ley line veins, blue-white energy pulsing through it like a circulatory system. One of the original ritual participants, Wednesday said. Her voice was steady, but Harry caught the faintest tremor. Callista Vane wrote that 37 outcasts and 12 wizards were consumed. Their bodies were absorbed into the ley line network. There were more. As they moved deeper, the tunnel walls became a gallery of frozen figures, dozens of them, men and women, embedded in the rock at intervals, each one threaded through with ley line energy. Some had their mouths open. Some had their hands reaching outward, as if trying to claw free. All of them pulsed in rhythm with the convergence point. Harry stopped in front of one, a woman, her stone face turned slightly to the left, her expression caught in a moment of what looked like awe rather than horror. Something about her posture suggested she'd gone willingly. That she'd believed in what Voss was doing, right up until the moment it swallowed her. They're not dead, Bianca whispered. She had her hands pressed to her temples, her face tight with concentration. I can feel them, faintly. Their resonance signatures are still active, woven into the ley line network. They are God, they're still aware. 200 years, Malfoy said. His voice had lost its usual acid edge. He was staring at the figures with an expression Harry had never seen on him. They've been conscious for 200 years, trapped in stone. Trapped in the network, Wednesday corrected. Their consciousness persists as part of the system Voss created. Whether they experience it as 200 years of awareness or as a single extended moment is unknowable. Does it matter? Malfoy asked sharply. Either way, it's monstrous. Yes. Wednesday's hand brushed one of the figures and she went rigid. Harry moved before he thought. He grabbed her arm, ready to pull her away, but she held up her other hand. Wait. Her eyes had gone unfocused, the glazed look of a vision seizing her, and her body was trembling, fine vibrations running through her like she was a plucked string. It lasted 8 seconds. Harry counted each one, then Wednesday blinked, inhaled sharply, and steadied herself against the wall. He knows we're here, she said. He's known since we entered the tunnels. He's been letting us come, letting us. He wants us to see. He wants Harry to see. He's been waiting for this. She looked at Harry, and her dark eyes held something he'd never seen in them before, not fear, not exactly. Urgency? We keep going, we have to see what he's built. That's the knowledge that changes everything. My vision was clear about that, but we need to move quickly because his patience has an end point and we need to be out before we reach it. They moved. Faster now, almost running, the tunnel sloping sharply downward. The ley line veins in the walls grew thicker, brighter, and the pulse was a physical thing, a vibration that Harry felt in his teeth, his bones, the base of his skull. His scar was burning, a constant searing line of pain that he pushed to the back of his awareness through sheer force of will. The tunnel opened. They emerged into a cavern that stopped Harry's breath. It was enormous. Cathedral enormous, the ceiling lost in darkness above, the walls curving outward in a space that could have held the Hogwarts Great Hall 3 times over. The floor was smooth stone, carved with concentric circles that radiated outward from a central point, rings within rings, each one inscribed with symbols that glowed with ley line energy. The circles were rotating, slowly, independently, like the gears of a vast and terrible clock. And at the center, where all the circles converged, where the ley lines gathered from every direction and merged into a single blinding point of light, something was growing. It wasn't a body. Not yet. It was a structure, a lattice of crystallized ley line energy, roughly humanoid in shape, 3 meters tall, incomplete. The torso and head were defined, the features smoothed and faceless, but the arms were unfinished, trailing off into threads of energy that connected to the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The figure stood in the center of the rotating circles like a statue being assembled from light, and the power radiating from it was staggering. "Voss," Wednesday breathed. Harry stared. The lattice figure pulsed, not with the steady rhythm of the convergence point, but with something more complex, a layered beat that incorporated dozens of frequencies. Harry's resonant sense, overwhelmed by the concentration of energy, struggled to parse the input, but he caught fragments. Outcast frequencies, wizarding signatures, and something else, a hybrid tone that was neither and both, a frequency that shouldn't have existed. "He's rebuilding himself," Harry said, using the ley line energy to construct a physical form. "A hybrid physical form," Wednesday said. She was staring at the lattice with the focused intensity of someone memorizing every detail. "Look at the energy structure. It's weaving wizarding and outcast power together, layer by layer. This isn't just resurrection. He's finishing the ritual, the one he started 200 years ago." "He's building the bridge," Bianca said. She'd moved to the edge of the nearest circle, her siren senses extended, reading the energy flows. The merged system. Wizard and outcast combined. He's using his new body as the template. If he completes it, he'll be the first true hybrid being. "A proof of concept." "And then what?" Malfoy asked. He was standing near the tunnel entrance, wand drawn, eyes darting, the survival instincts of a boy raised in a house of predators. "He builds a body and walks out. That's it. That's the beginning," Wednesday said. "The body is a vessel for the merged power. Once he has a physical form capable of channeling both systems, he can do what the original ritual tried to do, tear down the wall between wizarding and outcast magic on a global scale. Rewrite the rules of how power works. Every wizard, every outcast, every magical being in the world would be affected." "That sounds," Malfoy faltered. "That doesn't sound entirely bad, actually. Breaking down the division between, the original ritual killed 49 people and turned them into batteries," Harry said. "What do you think the global version looks like?" Malfoy's mouth closed. Harry stepped forward, closer to the lattice. He could feel it pulling at him, not physically but energetically. His fundamental frequency resonated with the hybrid structure, humming in sympathy, and the lattice responded. The faceless head turned incrementally toward him. The threads of incomplete energy reaching from the arms shifted, oriented, stretched in his direction. "Bridge builder," the voice came from the lattice, from the ley lines, from the walls and floor and air. It came from inside Harry's scar and inside his chest and inside the deep, resonant tone that was his truest self. It came from everywhere. "You came, as I knew you would, as I have waited for you to." "Harry," Wednesday said sharply, "don't engage," but Harry was already talking. Not because he'd decided to, because the words were pulled from him by the resonance, drawn out by the harmonic connection between his frequency and the thing that stood before him. "You killed 49 people," Harry said. "They're in your walls, still alive, still conscious. They are part of me, part of the new system. Their sacrifice was necessary. The bridge required foundation stones, as all great constructions do." The lattice pulsed and the faceless head tilted, curious and intimate. "You understand necessity, Harry Potter. You carry the mark of the darkest wizard of your age. You survived his killing curse. You were forged in sacrifice. Your mother's blood, given freely, became the foundation of your survival. You are, yourself, a bridge built on a body." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Not because they were wrong, because they were close enough to right to make his stomach turn. That's not the same thing, is it not? Your mother died so that you might live as something new, a boy with death's mark and death's defiance, a wizard with a connection to the darkest magic in existence. She didn't choose that consciously, but the magic did. The bridge built itself through her sacrifice, through your scar, through every moment of your extraordinary life. A pause, the lattice's glow intensified. I merely wish to do deliberately what your existence has done accidentally. Remove the wall, build the bridge. Unite what should never have been separated. The cost is high, the cost of every great change is high, but the result is you, Harry said. Walking around with the power of two merged systems, not a bridge for everyone, a god for yourself. The cavern went still. The rotating circles slowed. The lattice figure regarded Harry, eyeless, faceless, but somehow conveying an expression that was equal parts amusement and something colder. You think too small, bridge builder, but you'll learn, you'll have to. Because whether you help me or fight me, the convergence is coming. The seal is failing. And when I walk free, I will offer this world a choice, evolution or extinction. The wall breaks either way. The only question is how many survive the breaking. Harry's wand was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. The holly wood was blazing hot, vibrating so intensely it blurred in his grip, and the ley line energy in the cavern was surging toward him, drawn by his frequency, channeled through the wand. He felt power building, enormous, dangerous, the kind of power that had cracked the arena floor and fused sand to glass. Harry. Wednesday's hand closed on his arm, cold fingers, firm grip. Not here, not now. The cavern is his space, his rules. If you unleash that power here, he'll absorb it. She was right. He could feel it, the lattice leaning toward him, hungry, the incomplete arms reaching, the hybrid frequency trying to sync with his. Every ounce of power he poured into this space would feed the thing he was trying to fight. He pulled back. Forced the power down, back into his core, back behind the walls of his resonance. It fought him. The ley line energy didn't want to retreat. It wanted to flow, to connect, to build the bridge that Voss was calling for. Harry gritted his teeth and held the line, his fundamental frequency vibrating like an overstressed cable. We're leaving, Wednesday said, not to Harry, to the cavern, to Voss, of course. You've seen what you came to see. The knowledge you carry back will change your calculations, but not the outcome. I am patient, children. I have been patient for 200 years. A few more weeks is nothing. The lattice dimmed. The circles resumed their rotation. The voice faded, sinking back into the ley lines, dispersing through the network like a stone dissolving in water. Wednesday pulled Harry toward the tunnel. Bianca was already moving, her face gray, her siren senses overwhelmed by the concentrated energy. Malfoy brought up the rear, wand out, face set, and Harry caught his expression as they entered the passage. Not the sneer, not the mask, but something real and shaken and very, very young. They ran. Up through the tunnels, past the frozen figures in the walls, past the degrading wards and the branching junctions. The ley lines pulsed around them, and Harry felt Voss's awareness like a hand on his shoulder, not restraining, not threatening, just present. Watching them leave with the confidence of something that knew they'd come back. They emerged into the Nightshade Library, gasping and shaking. Wednesday sealed the entrance, pressing her palms to the hearthstone and pouring psychic energy into the ward structure until the stone glowed, and the passage behind it closed with a sound like a vault locking. Silence. Bianca sat on the floor, hugging her knees. Malfoy leaned against a bookshelf with his eyes closed. Wednesday stood by the fireplace, her hands still on the stone, her breathing controlled but rapid. Harry stood in the center of the room and tried to stop his hands from shaking. They wouldn't. The power he'd pulled back was still churning inside him, ley line energy mixed with his own magic, hybrid force with nowhere to go. His wand sparked in his grip, tiny arcs of blue-white light jumping from the tip. The knowledge, Wednesday said finally. The thing my vision said would change everything. She turned from the fireplace. It's the timeline. Voss told us himself, weeks. He completes his reconstruction in weeks, and when he does, he breaks the wall, Harry said. He tears down the fundamental structure that separates wizarding and outcast magic. Globally, every magical being in the world is affected. Every system, every institution, every balance of power. She paused, including Voldemort. Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort. Voss's merged system wouldn't just affect outcasts and wizards, it would affect dark wizards too. The unforgivable curses, the Horcruxes, the dark rituals, all of it is built on the wizarding system's architecture. If Voss rewrites that architecture, he either destroys Voldemort's power base, Harry said slowly, or he amplifies it. Or he does something entirely unpredictable, because nobody, not Voss, not Dumbledore, not anyone, knows what happens when you fundamentally restructure the nature of magic while there's an active Dark Lord pumping power into the same network. Bianca raised her head. We need to tell Weems, tonight, right now. Agreed, Wednesday said, but we're telling her on our terms, with our information. And we're demanding answers to the questions she's been avoiding, specifically, what the founding-era contingency plan was for exactly this scenario. You think there is one? Malfoy asked. I think Callista Vane was a psychic who saw the future. She built a school on top of a monster to contain it. She wouldn't have done that without a backup plan. Weems answered her office door at 5:14 in the morning in a silk robe and an expression of murderous composure. Her hair was down, her feet were bare, and she looked at the 4 students standing in her corridor with the specific exhaustion of a principal who had been dealing with Wednesday Addams for too long. Someone had better be dying, she said. Not yet, Wednesday said, but the timeline is flexible. They told her everything. Harry expected deflection, denial, the bureaucratic evasion he'd grown accustomed to from authority figures. He expected the fudge treatment, the refusal to acknowledge a crisis because acknowledgement required action and action required courage. Weems didn't deflect. She listened to every word, her pale eyes moving from face to face, her expression growing stiller and harder with each revelation. When Wednesday described the lattice in the cavern, Voss's reconstructing body, the hybrid energy structure, the timeline, Weems closed her eyes. I hoped it wouldn't come to this, she said. You knew, Wednesday said, not accusing, flat, I suspected. I've known about the convergence point since I became principal. The information is passed from head to head, along with the responsibility for maintaining the seal. She opened her eyes. The resonance field I've been reinforcing, the reason I pushed enrollment higher this year, the reason I've been scheduling more group activities and communal events, was my attempt to strengthen the seal through increased student presence. More outcasts, more resonance, more suppressive energy. It wasn't enough, Bianca said. No, because the external input, the dark magic from Britain, from Voldemort's activities, exceeded anything the seal was designed to withstand. Callista Vane built a containment system calibrated for ambient ley line fluctuation, not for a Dark Lord waging an active magical war on the other side of the Atlantic. The contingency plan, Wednesday said. Vane was a precognitive. She would have planned for failure. Weems stood and walked to the far wall of her office. She pressed her hand to a section of paneling that looked no different from the rest. The wood shimmered, rippled, and transformed, revealing a hidden alcove containing a single object, a crystal. Fist-sized, multifaceted, clear as water but shot through with veins of energy that pulsed in 2 distinct rhythms, one Harry recognized as wizarding magic, the other as outcast resonance. Both rhythms coexisted within the crystal, intertwined but not merged, running parallel, harmonious. Callista Vane's anchor stone, Weems said, the only surviving artifact from before Voss's ritual. It contains a sample of the original unified magical field, the state of magic as it existed before wizards externalized their power and the wall between systems was built. The original state. Wednesday breathed before the separation. The separation wasn't natural. Voss was right about that much. Originally, all magical beings operated on a single system. The externalization of power through wands, which happened gradually over centuries, created a schism. Those who externalized became wizards. Those who didn't became outcasts. The wall between the systems grew as the two populations diverged. Vane believed the anchor stone could be used to repair the schism, to bring the systems back into alignment without the catastrophic forced merger that Voss attempted. Repair, not destroy, Harry said. Exactly. Voss's approach is a sledgehammer, tear down the wall, merge everything by force except the casualties. Vane's approach, which she never had the chance to implement, was surgical. The anchor stone generates a harmonic field that bridges the two systems gradually, allowing them to realign naturally. No force, no casualties, no hybrid monster at the center controlling the process. But she never used it, Wednesday said. She never could. The anchor stone requires a catalyst, a living conduit capable of channeling both wizarding and outcast energy simultaneously. In Vane's time, no such person existed. The closest was Voss himself, and he chose destruction over harmony. Weems looked at Harry. In our time, such a person has walked into my school and cracked my arena floor. Every eye in the room turned to Harry. He felt it like a spotlight, the weight of expectation, the familiar, crushing gravity of being the one, always the one, the person the prophecy pointed to and the plan required and the future hinged on. Of course it's me, he said. It's always me. Harry, Bianca started. No, I mean it. I'm not complaining, I'm just, he laughed, a short, raw sound. I left Hogwarts because I was tired of being the chosen one. Turns out you can cross an ocean and it follows you. This isn't prophecy, Wednesday said. This is capability. You can do something no one else can do. That's not destiny, that's asset allocation. Is that supposed to make me feel better? It's supposed to make you feel accurate. Harry looked at the anchor stone, the dual rhythms pulsing through it, wizard and outcast, parallel and harmonious, resonated with something inside him. His fundamental frequency vibrated in response, and the crystal's glow brightened, its facets catching the light and refracting it in colors that shouldn't have existed. How does it work? He asked. Weems lifted the crystal from its alcove. The anchor stone is taken to the convergence point. The conduit, you, holds it while channeling both wizarding and outcast energy through it simultaneously. The stone generates a harmonic field that counters Voss's forced merger with a natural realignment. In theory, it restabilizes the seal and neutralizes the hybrid construct he's building. In theory, no one has ever attempted it. Callista Vane left detailed instructions, which I can provide, but the process requires the conduit to maintain a perfect balance between both energy systems while standing at the center of the most concentrated magical confluence on the continent. She paused. It's extraordinarily dangerous, and the instructions are clear that the conduit's survival is not guaranteed. The room was quiet. The crystal pulsed in Weems's hands. I'll do it, Harry said. You don't have to decide right now, Weems said. I decided 5 minutes ago. I decided when I saw those people in the walls. He looked at Wednesday. You saw this in your visions, me underground doing something with my hands. Yes, the burst of light, salvation or detonation. The anchor stone, I think, channeled through you. Whether it stabilizes or overloads depends on me, on us. Wednesday's voice was firm. You won't be alone down there. The stone requires a conduit, but the conduit requires protection. Voss won't let you walk into his cavern and dismantle his work without a fight. You need people around you who can hold him off while you do what needs to be done. A team, Bianca said, a specific team. The vision showed 4 of us entering the tunnels, but the final confrontation, the one that matters, is larger. We need more, we need fighters. The school. Malfoy said. Everyone looked at him. He shrugged, a gesture that was trying for casual and landing somewhere near desperate. 300 outcasts, all of them with innate supernatural abilities. Some of them actively hostile toward me, but presumably able to redirect that hostility toward a common enemy if properly motivated. We can't take 300 students into a combat situation, Weems said. We don't need 300 in the tunnels, Wednesday said. We need 300 above ground, generating the maximum resonance field. That's the seal's power source. If we can get every student actively channeling their resonance, awake, focused, intentional, not the passive hum of everyday life but a coordinated, conscious effort, it strengthens the remaining seal layers and gives Harry more time. A resonance choir, Bianca said slowly. All 4 houses. Working together. Has that ever been done? Harry asked. Once, Weems said. During the Hyde crisis, Wednesday organized a defense that required cross-house cooperation. It was effective and chaotic. My 2 specialties, Wednesday said. Weems set the anchor stone on her desk. It sat there, pulsing with dual light, casting dancing shadows on the walls. She looked at it for a long moment, and Harry watched the calculations run behind her eyes: risk assessment, duty of care, the weight of 300 young lives against the weight of what would happen if they did nothing. 1 week, Weems said. You have 1 week to prepare. Harry trains with the stone. Wednesday coordinates the resonance protocol. Bianca organizes the student body, and Mr. Malfoy, she looked at Draco with an expression that was neither warm nor hostile but simply measuring. Mr. Malfoy, your dormant shapeshifting ability, how dormant is it? Malfoy blinked. I've had episodes, involuntary, stress-triggered. My hand changed once when my father, he stopped. It's not controlled. Then you have a week to learn control. Because if Wednesday's vision is correct, and you're part of the team that goes underground, there's a reason for that. And I suspect it's not your wand work. Malfoy's face was unreadable. But his hand, Harry noticed, was clenched at his side, and beneath the skin, something shifted, a ripple barely visible, like a muscle spasm that wasn't quite muscular. I'll learn, Malfoy said. The week that followed was the most intensive of Harry's life, which was saying something given that his previous benchmarks included the Triwizard Tournament and 5 years of near-death experiences at a school that apparently couldn't maintain basic safety standards. He trained with the anchor stone every morning, in a sealed room beneath the library that Wednesday had reinforced with every ward she could construct. The stone was responsive to him in ways that were both encouraging and terrifying the moment he touched it. The dual energies inside aligned with his frequency, and he felt the bridge inside himself widen, strengthen, become something that was no longer accidental but architectural. The challenge was balance. The stone required him to channel wizarding and outcast energy in equal measure, simultaneously, without letting either system dominate. His Hogwarts training pulled him toward the wizarding side, structured, spell-based, wand-focused. His emerging outcast abilities pulled him toward resonance and raw power. Finding the midpoint was like balancing on a knife's edge in a hurricane. Too much wand focus, Wednesday said on the 3rd morning, watching him through the protective barrier she'd erected around the practice area. You're defaulting to spell structure. Let the outcast energy lead. When I let it lead, I lose control. Then find control within the loss. Your wizarding training teaches you to constrain power. Your outcast ability requires you to flow with it. The balance isn't about constraining both sides equally, it's about constraining one and flowing with the other at the same time. That's contradictory. So are you. Work with it. He worked with it. By the 4th day, he could hold the balance for 90 seconds. By the 5th, 3 minutes. By the 6th, he could sustain it long enough to feel the anchor stone's harmonic field activate, a wave of energy that radiated outward from his hands, carrying the dual frequency into the environment, and wherever it touched, the ley lines calmed. The pulse steadied. The hybrid contamination that Voss's influence was spreading through the network retreated, like darkness receding from a lantern. It works, he told Wednesday that evening, on the roof where they'd taken to meeting after training. The sky above Nevermore was clear for once, full of stars that were brighter and more numerous than anything he'd seen over Hogwarts, American skies, wider and wilder. It works when you're calm and focused in a controlled environment, Wednesday said. She sat beside him, her legs drawn up, thing resting on her knee. The convergence point is neither calm nor controlled, and Voss will be actively opposing you, I know. You'll need to maintain the balance while under psychic assault, physical threat, and emotional manipulation. Voss is intelligent. He'll target your vulnerabilities, your anger, your grief, your sense of responsibility. He'll try to tip you toward one system or the other, push you out of balance, I know. And if you fail, Wednesday, he looked at her. In the starlight, her face was softer than it was by day, or maybe he was just seeing it differently after a week of working alongside her, of watching her operate with a precision and intensity that he'd never encountered in another person. I know what happens if I fail. I've always known what happens if I fail. At this point, the prospect of catastrophic failure is practically my comfort zone. Something moved in her expression. A flicker. A crack in the composure that was, he'd come to understand not coldness but architecture, a structure she'd built around herself to survive in a world that punished vulnerability. I don't find that reassuring, she said. It wasn't meant to be reassuring, it was meant to be honest. They sat in silence. The stars wheeled overhead. The pulse from underground beat on, faster than it had been a week ago, louder, more insistent. The third seal layer had failed 2 days ago. The fourth was holding, but barely, and they could all feel the strain. Can I ask you something? Harry said, you can ask. I reserve the right to not answer. When you found me on that bench in King's Cross, you said you'd been tracking magical disturbances connected to Voldemort. You said you needed someone who understood dark magic intimately. He paused. But that's not the whole truth, is it? Wednesday was quiet for a long time. Thing crawled from her knee to her shoulder and tapped her cheek, a gesture that seemed oddly tender. No, she said finally, it's not the whole truth. What is? Another silence. The night wind stirred her braids. I'd been having visions of you for months before we met, she said. Long before the expulsion, long before I understood the convergence threat. You appeared in my psychic landscape like a fixed point, an unavoidable element of every future I could see. At first, I tried to map around you. To find a timeline that didn't include you, I couldn't, she paused. I don't like needing people, Harry. I find it strategically and emotionally inconvenient. When my visions told me I needed you, my first instinct was to prove them wrong. But you couldn't. I spent 6 weeks trying. Every alternative timeline I explored ended worse than the ones that included you. You weren't just useful, you were necessary, and I had to accept that. She looked at him, and in her dark eyes, starlight reflected. I came to King's Cross with a strategy, a recruitment pitch. An offer of mutual benefit, but underneath all of that, the truth is simpler and more uncomfortable. What's the truth? I was scared. The word came out flat, toneless, stripped of effect, and that was how Harry knew she meant it absolutely. I was scared and I needed help, and every future I could see told me you were the help I needed. I don't know how to need help gracefully. I'm learning. Harry looked at her. At this girl who had found him at his lowest point, who had spoken to him with an honesty that cut like glass, who had brought him to a school full of monsters, and given him a purpose when everything else had been taken away. Who carried visions of apocalypse behind those flat dark eyes and faced them with a composure that wasn't fearlessness but discipline, the choice made daily not to be ruled by what she saw. You're doing fine, he said. That's not an objective assessment. No, it's a personal one. Something shifted between them. Not dramatically, no sudden revelation, no cinematic crescendo, just a quiet recalibration. An acknowledgement of something that had been building since a bench in King's Cross, growing through shared training and shared danger, and the specific, irreplaceable intimacy of being the only two people in the world who understood what the other was carrying, not romance. Not yet. Maybe not ever, given who they were and what they faced, but recognition. The deep, bone-level awareness of a kindred spirit, two people who knew death from the inside, who refused to be controlled, who were standing together on a rooftop above a bomb that might go off at any moment. We're going to survive this, Harry said. You don't know that. No, but I'm choosing to believe it. That's different from knowing, and it matters more. Wednesday looked at him for a long time. Then she nodded once, and something in her posture eased, not relaxation, but the release of a tension so deep and so old that she'd forgotten she was carrying it. Tomorrow, she said, Final preparations. The day after we go underground. Together. Together, she agreed. The stars burned above them. The pulse beat below. And somewhere in the earth beneath Nevermore Academy, Malachar Voss continued his patient work, building himself a body, building himself a bridge, preparing to tear down a wall that had stood for centuries and remake the world in his image. He was patient, he was ancient, he was powerful beyond anything Harry had faced, but he was alone, and Harry wasn't, not anymore. Chapter 5. The War Between Worlds. The morning they went underground, it rained. Not a gentle English drizzle, but a New England downpour, sheets of water hammering the stone walls of Nevermore, turning the grounds into a shallow lake, beating against the windows with a fury that felt personal. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory room and watched the sky crack with lightning, and each flash illuminated the campus in frozen silver, and each roll of thunder shook the floor beneath his feet. Or maybe that wasn't the thunder. The fourth seal layer had failed at dawn. Harry had felt it go, a lurch in the constant pulse, like a skipped heartbeat, followed by a surge of energy from below that rattled every window in the school and set off car alarms in Jericho. Students had stumbled from their rooms in confusion. A first-year Fangs kid had involuntarily shifted in his sleep, waking up as a half-formed wolf tangled in his sheets, howling at a ceiling that suddenly felt too close to the earth. One seal layer remained. The fifth, the last, Harry. Enid was behind him, dressed and ready, her face stripped of its usual brightness. She wore combat clothes, dark, practical, boots laced tight, and her eyes held a gold gleam that intensified when she was stressed. The wolf closer to the surface. It's time, he turned from the window. His trunk sat open on the bed, everything in it that mattered. The Marauder's map. The photo album Hagrid had given him, the mirror shard from Sirius. His Hogwarts robes folded at the bottom, the Gryffindor crest facing up. He picked up his wand. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. The wood was warm, vibrating faintly with the dual resonance he'd learned to channel, wizarding magic and outcast power braided together like two strands of the same rope. It felt different in his hand than it had a month ago. Heavier, more alive. Or maybe he was the one who'd changed, and the wand was simply reflecting what he'd become. He slipped it into the wand holster strapped to his forearm, a gift from Coach Thornton, who'd told him that keeping your weapon in your back pocket was a good way to lose a buttock. Then he picked up the anchor stone from the desk where it had sat all night, pulsing with its dual light, and slipped it into a padded pouch that hung against his chest. He could feel the stone's warmth through his shirt. 2 heartbeats now, 3 if he counted his own. "Let's go," he said. The school was awake and charged with a nervous energy that crackled through the corridors like static. Students gathered in clusters, speaking in low voices, casting glances at the windows where the rain hammered and the sky flashed. They knew something was happening. You couldn't live on top of an awakening ancient consciousness and not feel it in your bones, especially if those bones belonged to werewolves and sirens and psychics, whose sensitivity to magical disruption was orders of magnitude beyond a normal wizard's. Wednesday had spent the last 2 days briefing the student body. Not the full truth. Weems had drawn the line at telling 300 teenagers that an entity beneath their school was weeks from achieving godhood, but enough. An underground disturbance. A threat to the school's foundations. A plan that required every student's cooperation. The plan was elegant. Harry would have expected nothing less from Wednesday. The student body would gather in the dining hall, the largest enclosed space in the school, positioned directly above the convergence point. All 4 houses, all 300 students, led by Bianca and her council. Together, they would generate a concentrated, conscious resonance field, not the passive ambient energy of daily life, but a focused, intentional output. A choir, as Bianca had called it. 300 outcast voices, singing in harmony, pouring their combined power into the last seal layer, while above the choir held. Below, the team descended: Harry, Wednesday, Bianca, Malfoy, Enid. Coach Thornton, who had volunteered with a grin that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly this kind of catastrophe. Professor Jedian, whose theoretical knowledge of ley line dynamics was essential, and MX. Lies, whose ability to exist partially outside the visible spectrum made them uniquely suited for navigating an environment saturated with hybrid energy. 8 people, going into the dark. The dining hall was already filling when Harry arrived. The long tables had been pushed to the walls, and students sat cross-legged on the floor in concentric circles that mirrored, Harry realized with a chill, the rotating circles on the cavern floor 40 meters below. Whether Wednesday had designed the arrangement deliberately or whether some deeper resonance had guided the formation, he couldn't tell. Bianca stood at the center. She'd shed her usual polish, no makeup, no styled hair, no carefully constructed authority. She wore the same dark, practical clothes as everyone else, and her color-shifting eyes swept the room with an intensity that commanded silence without a word. "You know why we're here," she said. Her voice carried without amplification, the siren quality giving it a reach and weight that filled every corner of the hall. "Something beneath this school is threatening our home. Our faculty and a team of students are going to address it directly. Our job, your job, is to hold the line from up here." She raised her hand, and the room's ambient energy shifted. Harry felt it, 300 resonance signatures, each one unique, each one vibrating at its own frequency, beginning to align, not forced, guided. Bianca's siren ability, repurposed from persuasion to harmony, drawing the disparate frequencies into a shared rhythm. "Fangs," Bianca called. The werewolves straightened. Their energy was raw, primal, a low growl of power that Harry felt in the base of his spine. "You're our foundation." "Deep frequency, hold it steady." Scales. The sirens and aquatic types responded. Their energy was fluid, melodic, weaving between the werewolves' bass notes. "You're the harmony, adaptive, fill the gaps, stoners." The earth types, gorgons, the grounded ones. Their energy was dense, heavy, immovable. "You're the anchor, nothing moves you." Claws. The psychics, the telekinetics, the unclassifiable. Their energy was sharp, electric, darting. "You're the amplifier, take what the others generate and push it outward." Harry watched the field build. It was like watching a symphony tune itself, discordant at first, then gradually finding harmony. Each section supporting the others until the combined output was something greater than any individual component. The air in the dining hall thickened with resonance until it was almost visible. A shimmer, a heat haze, a collective exhalation of power that pressed against the walls and floor and sank downward into the earth toward the seal, and it worked. Harry felt the 5th layer strengthen. The pulse from below, which had been erratic and overwhelming all morning, steadied under the pressure of 300 outcast voices. It didn't stop, it didn't weaken, but it stabilized, held in check by the choir above like a hand pressing down on a spring. "That's our window." Wednesday said beside him. "As long as they hold, the seal holds. We need to be down and back before they exhaust themselves. How long can they maintain this?" Bianca estimates 2 hours at full output. After that, fatigue sets in and the field degrades. 2 hours. 2 hours to reach the convergence point, activate the anchor stone, and neutralize Voss's construct. Yes, Harry looked at her. She was dressed entirely in black, as always, but she'd tied her braids up and back, out of the way, practical for combat. Thing rode on her shoulder. She carried no visible weapons, but Harry knew her psychic abilities were weapon enough. He'd sparred against them for weeks, and even pulling her punches, she'd put him on the floor more than once, Wednesday. "What, if this goes wrong, don't," her voice was sharp. "Don't give me a contingency speech. Don't tell me what to do if you don't come back. We go in, we do the job, we come out, that's the plan." "That's optimistic. It's the plan. Optimism has nothing to do with it." She paused. "If you die down there, I'll be extremely irritated. I've invested significant time in your training, and the loss of that investment would be deeply inconvenient." "That's the most you've ever said about how you feel about me." "I know, don't get used to it." The team assembled in the Nightshade Library. Thornton had her fists wrapped and ready, her energy radiating controlled violence. Jedian carried a leather satchel of instruments and notebooks. MX lies flickered at the edges of visibility, their presence felt more than seen. Enid bounced on her toes, gold flickering in her eyes, her wolf straining against her skin. Malfoy stood apart, pale and quiet, his wand in one hand and his other hand, the one that had shifted involuntarily, the dormant shapeshifter trait stirring beneath his skin, clenched in a fist at his side. Wednesday opened the entrance. The hearthstone swung inward, and cold air rushed up from the tunnels, carrying the metallic scent of concentrated ley line energy. The pulse surged through the opening, then steadied as the choir above compensated. "Stay together," Wednesday said. "Harry on point, same formation as before. If Voss engages us directly, Thornton and Enid provide physical cover. MX, Lies, and Jedian manage the energy environment. Malfoy—" "I know," Malfoy said. "Be ready for whatever my vague and untested shapeshifting ability decides to do. Very clear instructions, thank you." "Bianca was supposed to be with us," Harry said. "Your vision, my vision showed Bianca in the original timeline. In this timeline, she's more valuable coordinating the choir. The future adapts, so do we." Wednesday looked at each of them in turn. "We have 2 hours, let's not waste them." They descended. The tunnels were worse than before. The ley line veins in the walls, which had pulsed with blue-white energy on their first trip, now blazed with a sickly amber light that cast moving shadows and gave the stone figures embedded in the walls a horrible semblance of animation. Harry could hear them, not words, not thoughts, but frequencies. Resonance signatures from 2 centuries ago, still vibrating in their stone prisons, agitated by the convergence point's expansion. "They're distressed," MX, Lies murmured from their shifting position in the group. "The seal weakening is affecting them too. They're experiencing the buildup as, pain isn't the right word, harmonic dissonance. They're vibrating at frequencies that clash with Voss's expanding influence." "Can we help them?" Enid asked. "Not yet. If the anchor stone works as intended, it should restore harmonic balance to the entire network, including them." They moved deeper. The air grew warmer, thicker, charged with an energy that made Harry's teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. He led with his wand lit and his resonance sense extended, reading the tunnel like a map of sound. The ley lines guided him, pulling him forward, and he followed their current through junctions and down spiraling descents. At the halfway point, the tunnel shook, not an earthquake, a convulsion. The walls contracted, the floor buckled, and a wave of force rolled up from below that knocked Enid off her feet and sent Jedian's instruments flying. Harry braced against the wall and felt the ley lines scream, a high, agonized frequency that cut through his resonance sense like a blade. "He's pushing," Wednesday said, her voice strained. He felt the choir activate. "He's testing the 5th seal." Another convulsion, stronger. The tunnel ceiling cracked, raining dust and stone chips. Thornton grabbed Enid and hauled her upright. Malfoy pressed against the "more actions, write the next chapter now." Chapter 6. What we become. The anchor stone exploded with light, not the dual-toned pulse Harry had grown used to, not the measured, harmonious interplay of wizarding and outcast energy. This was a detonation. A white-hot supernova that erupted from the crystal in his hands and poured through him like a river breaking a dam. And for one instant, Harry Potter was not a person but a conduit, a channel, a bridge made of flesh and bone and magic. And 200 years of separated power screamed through him and tried to become one. He couldn't see. He couldn't hear. He could only feel the wizarding current and the outcast current running through him in parallel, seeking each other, straining toward merger, and the anchor stone singing between them like a tuning fork struck by God. 3 seconds earlier, everything had been chaos. They'd reached the cavern, all 8 of them, battered and bleeding from the tunnel's convulsions, from Voss's attempts to collapse the passages around them. Thornton had punched through a cave-in with her bare hands, her outcast strength turning stone to rubble. Enid had shifted, not fully, not the complete wolf transformation she'd been afraid of her entire life, but enough. Her hands had become claws, her eyes had gone full gold, her teeth had lengthened, and she'd torn through a blockage of fused stone, and ley-lined crystal with a snarl that echoed through the tunnels like a war cry. Wednesday had navigated them through psychic minefields, pockets of concentrated Voss consciousness that tried to infiltrate their minds, to turn them around, to convince them the tunnels went on forever. She'd countered each one with a focused psychic pulse that Harry felt like a slap of cold water, sharp and clarifying. Malfoy had saved Jedion's life. The professor had stumbled into a ley-line nexus, a junction where multiple veins converged, and the energy had seized him, lifting him off his feet, beginning to pull him into the network the way Voss's original ritual participants had been pulled in 2 centuries ago. Stone had started crawling up his legs. His mouth had opened in a silent scream. Malfoy had grabbed him. And his hand, the hand that shifted, the dormant Malfoy trait, had changed, not into another human form, into something else. Something scaled and clawed and burning with a cold silver light that Harry's resonant sense identified as pure, undiluted shapeshifter energy. Malfoy's fingers had elongated, hardened, become something between human and dragon, and when he'd gripped Jedion's arm, the shapeshifter energy had disrupted the ley line's hold. The stone had cracked. Jedion had fallen free. Malfoy had staggered backward, staring at his transformed hand with an expression of absolute terror and something else, something fierce and wondering and new. "I didn't," he'd started. Later, Wednesday had said, "Move." They'd moved into the cavern. Into the cathedral space with its rotating circles and its frozen figures and the lattice of Voss's reconstructing body at the center, now nearly complete. The arms were finished. The legs were formed. The faceless head had developed contours, the suggestion of features, of eyes, of a mouth. It stood 3 meters tall and blazed with hybrid energy, and when they entered, it turned, not the head, the whole thing. The entire lattice rotated on an invisible axis to face them, and the energy pouring off it hit like a physical wall, pressure, heat, sound at frequencies that made Harry's vision double and his stomach clench. "You brought friends, bridge builder." The voice filled the cavern. Not from the lattice alone, but from everywhere, the walls, the circles, the ley lines, the air. How touching, how futile. "Now, Harry," Wednesday had said, not shouted, said with a calm so absolute it could only have been manufactured, a composure held together by sheer will. "Use the stone. We'll hold him." Harry had pulled the anchor stone from its pouch. The crystal had blazed the moment his fingers touched it, responding to the massive energy concentration in the cavern, lighting up like a star in his hands. He'd stepped forward toward the center, toward Voss's lattice, and he'd opened himself to both currents, wizarding and outcast, wand magic and resonance, holly and phoenix feather and the deep fundamental tone that was his truest self, and he'd let them flow. And now he was burning. The light from the stone poured through him and outward, a harmonic wave that rippled across the cavern floor like water over stone. Where it touched the rotating circles, they slowed. Where it touched the ley-line veins in the walls, they calmed, shifting from sickly amber back toward healthy blue-white. Where it touched the frozen figures, the 49 victims of the original ritual, they shuddered, and Harry felt their resonance signatures flare with something that might have been hope. Voss screamed, not in pain, in fury. The lattice blazed with counterforce, hybrid energy surging outward to meet the anchor stone's harmonic wave. And the 2 fields collided in the center of the cavern, with an impact that cracked the floor and sent shock waves rippling through the earth. Harry felt the collision in every cell of his body, 2 visions of magical unity clashing, one forced and one natural, one built on consumption and one built on harmony. "You think you can undo what I've built?" Voss's voice was different now, strained. The composure of 2 centuries cracking under the anchor stone's assault. "I am the convergence. I am the bridge. I have been building this for longer than your entire civilization has existed, and you, a child, a half-trained, accidental hybrid, you think you can. I don't think." Harry said through gritted teeth, the power roaring through him, the balance between wizard and outcast teetering on a razor's edge. "I just do, it's sort of my thing." The lattice struck back. A tendril of hybrid energy lashed from the construct's incomplete arm, aimed directly at Harry, and it was fast, faster than any spell, faster than thought. It would have hit him square in the chest and torn the anchor stone from his hands and ended everything in one stroke. Thornton intercepted it. She threw herself into the tendril's path with the full force of her outcast-enhanced body, and the impact sent her flying across the cavern. She hit the wall hard enough to crack the stone and slid to the ground, and for one horrible moment she didn't move. Then she pushed herself up on shaking arms, spat blood, and grinned her terrible grin. "That all you've got?" she called out to the lattice. "I've had worse from first years. More tendrils." The lattice was extending itself, reaching for Harry with growing desperation, trying to disrupt the anchor stone's field. MX lies intercepted the next one, phasing partially out of the visible spectrum and allowing the tendril to pass through them harmlessly. Jedian raised a barrier using a device from his satchel, a compact resonance amplifier that projected a shield of pure harmonic energy, deflecting two tendrils simultaneously. Enid fought like something out of a fever dream. Half transformed, half feral, she leaped at the tendrils with claws that shredded hybrid energy like tissue paper. Her wolf instincts, the ones she'd spent her entire life suppressing, afraid of what they meant, afraid of becoming something she couldn't control, were fully unleashed, and they were magnificent. She moved between Harry and the lattice in a blur of gold and fury, tearing apart every tendril that came within reach, and her howl echoed through the cavern and merged with the anchor stone's harmonic wave and made it stronger. Wednesday fought differently. She didn't move. She stood 10 feet from Harry with her eyes closed and her hands at her sides, and she projected her psychic ability outward in a focused beam that hit Voss's consciousness like a lance. She wasn't fighting his body, the lattice wasn't alive yet, not truly. She was fighting his mind. 200 years of distributed consciousness versus one 17-year-old psychic with braids and a death wish, and she was holding him. Harry could feel the psychic battle through the ley lines. Wednesday's presence in the network was like a spotlight, brilliant, focused, searing, cutting through Voss's diffused consciousness, forcing him to concentrate his attention on her instead of Harry. She was drawing his fire, taking the hits so Harry could work, and it was costing her. Harry saw blood trickling from her nose, saw her hands trembling at her sides, saw the micro-expressions of pain that crossed her face each time Voss's psychic counterattack hit her barriers. She was absorbing punishment that would have shattered a lesser mind, and she was doing it in silence without flinching because that was who she was. "Wednesday," Harry called. Don't tell me what I can't do." Her eyes were still closed, her voice was strained but steady. "Focus on the stone, I'll handle him, he'll break through." "Not before you finish." Harry poured more power into the anchor stone. The harmonic field expanded, pushing outward, pressing against the lattice. He felt the construct begin to destabilize, the carefully woven hybrid energy fraying at the edges, the forced merger coming apart under the natural realignment the stone projected. Voss's body was unraveling, threads of energy snapping loose and dissolving into the harmonic wave. But the core held. The densest concentration of hybrid energy, the heart of the lattice, the center point where Voss's consciousness was most concentrated, resisted the anchor stone's field. It was older, stronger, rooted deeper in the ley lines than the stone's harmonics could reach. Harry needed more power. He needed to push the field deeper, past the surface layers, into the bedrock of the convergence point itself. And to do that, he needed to open himself further, to widen the bridge, to let more of both currents flow through him simultaneously. He knew what that meant. He'd felt the limit during training, the point where the power flowing through him exceeded what his body could safely channel, where the bridge became an overload, where salvation tipped toward detonation. He pushed past it. The world went white. Not the light of the anchor stone, a different white, deeper, total. The white of a system at maximum capacity, every cell and fiber and frequency in his body blazing with merged power. He felt the bridge inside himself widen, crack, strain, and he held it open through sheer stubborn refusal to let go. The harmonic wave intensified. It drove into the lattice's core, into the convergence point, into the bedrock of 2 centuries of accumulated hybrid energy. Harry felt Voss's consciousness directly now, not as a voice but as a presence, vast and ancient and furious, and beneath the fury, afraid because the anchor stone wasn't just disrupting his construct. It was offering an alternative. The natural realignment, the harmonic bridge that Callista Vane had envisioned, was reaching the trapped consciousnesses of the 49 original victims. It was giving them a choice. Voss had absorbed them, bound them into his system, used their resonance as fuel. The anchor stone was cutting those bonds, setting them free, and they were choosing freedom. One by one, the stone figures in the walls blazed with light. Their resonance signatures, suppressed for 2 centuries, flared to full strength and joined the harmonic wave. 49 voices, 49 frequencies, adding their power to the anchor stone's field. The combined force was staggering, a chorus of the dead and the living, the original victims and the current students, all singing in a harmony that shook the earth. Harry felt the choir above, Bianca's 300, pouring their resonance into the seal. He felt the 49 below, adding their ancient power to the anchor stone. He felt his own frequency at the center, bridging them all, connecting above and below, wizarding and outcast, living and trapped, the lattice screamed. Not Voss's voice, the construct itself, the physical structure, vibrating at a frequency that exceeded its tolerance. Cracks appeared in the crystallized energy. Threads snapped. The hybrid matrix that Voss had spent 200 years weaving began to unravel from the edges inward, and the energy it released flowed into the anchor stone's harmonic field and was transformed, not destroyed but realigned, converted from forced merger to natural harmony. No. Voss's voice, smaller now, concentrated in the shrinking core of the lattice. No, this was supposed to be evolution. This was supposed to be, it is, Harry said. He barely recognized his own voice. It came from somewhere deeper than his throat, carried by the resonance of everything flowing through him. Just not yours, the lattice collapsed. The core, the last knot of Voss's concentrated consciousness, resisted for one final, desperate moment. It reached for Harry, not with force but with something worse, understanding. For one flash of contact, Harry felt what Voss felt, 2 centuries of isolation, of watching the world through ley lines, unable to touch it, of burning with a vision that no one shared and that had consumed everyone who tried to help him build it, of loneliness so vast it had become its own gravity. Harry felt it, and he pitied it, and he let it go. The anchor stone pulsed one final time. The harmonic wave washed through the cavern, through the convergence point, through the ley line network that stretched beneath Jericho and beyond. Where it passed, forced merger became natural harmony. Where it passed, the wall between wizarding and outcast magic didn't break, it thinned. Became permeable. Not destroyed, but transformed from a barrier into a membrane, a border that could be crossed rather than a prison that contained. The convergence point stabilized. The pulse, which had been growing louder and faster for weeks, settled into a new rhythm, not the anxious throb of something straining against containment, but the steady, even beat of something in balance. Not suppressed, not unleashed, equilibrated. The light faded, Harry's knees buckled. He hit the cavern floor hard, the anchor stone tumbling from his fingers, and the world rushed back in, sound, color, pain, the specific and personal sensation of a body that had been used as a conduit for more power than any human was designed to channel. Everything hurt. His hands were burned, angry red marks where the stone had blazed against his skin. His scar was silent for the first time in months, a null point on his forehead where there had always been pain. His resonant sense was overwhelmed, saturated, like ears ringing after an explosion. Hands grabbed him. Enid human again, her claws retracted, her eyes still gold but fading. She hauled him upright with werewolf strength and held him steady. Harry, look at me. He looked at her. Her face was scratched and dirty and streaming with tears, and she was smiling, a huge, fierce, disbelieving smile. "You did it," she said. "You bloody well did it." He turned his head. The cavern was transformed. The rotating circles had stopped, frozen in place, inert, their inscribed symbols dark. The ley line veins in the walls glowed a steady, healthy blue-white, pulsing gently in the new balanced rhythm. The frozen figures were unchanged in form but different in quality. The agonized expressions had softened, smoothed, become peaceful, as if the consciousness inside them had finally found rest. The lattice was gone. Where Voss's reconstructing body had stood, there was nothing but a scorch mark on the stone floor, already fading, and a faint shimmer in the air that dissipated as Harry watched. Wednesday was on the ground, Harry's heart seized. He pulled free of Enid and crossed the cavern in stumbling, unsteady strides. Wednesday lay on her back, her eyes closed, blood streaking from her nose and ears, her skin so pale it was almost translucent. Thing crouched on her chest, tapping her face with frantic fingers. Harry dropped to his knees beside her. "Wednesday. Wednesday, can you?" Her eyes opened, dark, focused, alive. She looked up at him, and her expression was so purely, nakedly relieved that it transformed her face into something he'd never seen, open, unguarded, young. "Salvation," she said. Her voice was a rasp, barely audible, not detonation. Harry's laugh came out as something closer to a sob. "Yeah, salvation. Good." She closed her eyes. "I'm going to pass out now. Don't let anyone photograph me. Enid has no boundaries." She passed out. Harry looked at Thing, who gave him a thumbs-up that he chose to interpret as "she'll be fine." And then he sat on the cavern floor beside her unconscious body and let himself breathe. Thornton limped over, one arm hanging at a bad angle, her grin undimmed. "Everyone alive. Everyone's alive." Jedian confirmed. He was sitting against the wall, his instruments scattered around him, his notebook writing itself in a frenzy of automatic documentation. Bruised, burned, and psychically shell-shocked, but alive, MX, lies flickered into partial visibility. The ley line network is stabilizing. The convergence point has shifted from a suppressed singularity to an active nexus, still powerful but balanced. The harmonic field the anchor stone generated is self-sustaining, it's woven into the network permanently. "And Voss?" Harry asked, a silence. "Gone," MX Lies said carefully. "His concentrated consciousness has been dispersed. Not destroyed, consciousness can't be destroyed, only transformed. He's been reintegrated into the general ley line flow. No longer a distinct entity, no longer a threat. He's the background noise now," Jedian added. "Part of the system, but not controlling it. Like a river absorbing a dam's worth of water, the water's still there, but the dam is gone." Harry looked at the scorch mark on the floor. Malachar Voss, visionary, monster, lonely ancient warlock who tried to change the world and been consumed by the attempt. Gone, dispersed, a voice in the static. He should have felt triumph. He felt tired. "Can we go back up now?" Malfoy said. Harry turned. Malfoy was standing near the tunnel entrance, his wand at his side, his right hand back to normal, human, pale, no trace of the scaled silver thing it had become. He looked exhausted and shaken and very much like he wanted to be somewhere else, and he also looked, Harry realized, like someone who'd just faced an existential threat and hadn't run. "Yeah," Harry said, "let's go home." The word surprised him. Home. He'd said it without thinking, and it had felt right. They emerged from the tunnels into the Nightshade library to find Weems waiting. She stood by the fireplace with her hands clasped, her composure intact, but her eyes betrayed her. They swept over the 8 of them as they climbed out of the passage one by one, cataloging injuries, counting heads, and when the last person emerged and the count reached 8, something in her posture released, a tension so profound its absence was visible. "It's done," Wednesday said. She was conscious again. She'd woken in the tunnels, insisted on walking under her own power, and had made it all the way to the library through sheer force of will and a liberal application of Malfoy's emergency potions, which turned out to include a remarkably effective pain reliever. The convergence point is stable, Voss is neutralized, the network is harmonized, Wednesday paused. I need a shower and approximately 14 hours of sleep, in that order. Weems looked at each of them. Thornton with her broken arm, Enid with her torn clothes and fading gold eyes. Jedian with his scattered instruments, MX lies, barely visible, Malfoy pale and shaking. Harry burned and drained and standing upright through stubbornness alone. The choir, Harry asked, dismissed 20 minutes ago. Bianca held them for an hour and 43 minutes. Several students collapsed from exhaustion. None are seriously hurt. Weems took a breath. You'll all report to the infirmary immediately. That is not a request. Principal Weems, Wednesday said, there are things we need to discuss. The anchor stone's effects on the global ley line network, the political implications, tomorrow, Wednesday. Tonight, you go to the infirmary, you get treated, and you sleep. The world will still need saving in the morning. It always does. Wednesday opened her mouth to argue. Harry put his hand on her shoulder. She's right, he said. Tomorrow. Wednesday looked at his hand on her shoulder, looked at his face, closed her mouth, nodded. They went to the infirmary. The next 3 days were a blur of recovery and revelation. The infirmary was run by a healer named Dr. Marin, who was either a plant-type outcast or a very convincing impersonation of one. Her fingers were slightly green, and the medicines she administered seemed to grow directly from her skin. She treated Harry's burned hands with a salve that tingled and smelled like summer rain, set Thornton's arm with a brisk efficiency that suggested she'd done it before, and kept Wednesday under observation for 24 hours despite Wednesday's increasingly creative protests. Your brain took a psychic battering that would have hospitalized a normal person for a month, Dr. Marin told her. You'll stay in this bed until I say otherwise, or I'll grow a vine through your mattress and hold you there. I'd like to see you try. Wednesday, Harry said from the next bed over. Stay. I'm not a dog, Potter. Stay anyway. She stayed. She was furious about it, but she stayed, and Harry suspected that the fury was at least partially performative, that beneath it, she was grateful for the permission to rest. She'd been carrying the weight of the convergence threat for months, running on foresight and caffeine, and now that the crisis had passed, the exhaustion she'd been deferring was collecting its debt with interest. They talked in the quiet hours between Dr. Marin's check-ins. Not about Voss or the anchor stone or the global implications of what they'd done. About smaller things. Harry told her about the Dursleys, the cupboard under the stairs, the bars on the window, the 10 years of being treated as something less than human before Hogwarts had given him a name and a world. Wednesday told him about the Addams family, the cheerful darkness, the loving dysfunction, the parents who'd raised her to be exactly what she was and never once suggested she should be something else. You were lucky, Harry said. I know, she paused. I didn't always know. I spent years believing my family was the abnormality and the world was the standard. Nevermore taught me the opposite. My family is the only truly honest group of people I've ever encountered. Everyone else is performing normalcy. We perform nothing. That's why you don't pretend. I don't see the point. Pretending requires energy I'd rather spend on things that matter. She looked at him from her pillow, her dark hair loose around her face, her usual braids undone. She looked different this way, younger, less like a weapon and more like a girl. You don't pretend either. It's one of your more tolerable qualities, high praise. The highest I'm capable of under the influence of pain medication. On the second day, Enid visited. She brought an enormous basket of snacks, a stack of magazines, and a noise level that prompted Dr. Marin to threaten botanical restraints for the second time in as many days. The whole school is talking about you, Enid told Harry, perching on the end of his bed. You're literally all anyone can talk about, the wizard who saved Nevermore. Bianca's council is already drafting a resolution to formally integrate wizarding students into the enrollment policy. Weems is on board. It's going to happen, Harry. You've changed things. I had a lot of help. Sure, but you were the one holding the magic rock while being attacked by an ancient ghost warlock. That's the headline. She bounced. Also, your friend wrote back. She handed him 2 letters. The first was from Ron and Hermione. written in Hermione's hand with Ron's comments scrawled in the margins. "Harry, we got your letters, and we've been going spare worrying." Ron wanted to fly to America immediately, but I pointed out that he doesn't have a passport or a broomstick rated for transatlantic travel. Dumbledore says to tell you he's working on the political situation from this end. The Order is aware of what happened at Nevermore. We don't know how. Dumbledore has his ways. Apparently the ley line stabilization was felt globally. The Department of Mysteries is losing its collective mind. Ron's margin note: "Come home soon or I'm swimming." Seriously though, Harry, please be careful, and please tell us more about this Wednesday person. She sounds terrifying. Ron says she sounds fit in a scary way, and I want you to know I hit him for that. Ron's margin note: "Worth it." Harry laughed. The sound was loose and easy and real, and Enid beamed at him. And across the infirmary, Wednesday looked up from the book she was reading and watched him laugh with an expression that she probably thought was neutral, but that Harry had learned to read as something warmer. The second letter was from Sirius. "Harry, I'm not going to pretend I understand everything you've told me. An outcast school, an ancient warlock in the ley lines, a girl who sees the future. It sounds like one of your more typical school years, honestly. I'm just glad you're safe. Or alive, which with you amounts to the same thing." I spoke to Dumbledore. He says what you did, the anchor stone, the harmonic realignment, has had effects far beyond Jericho. The ley line network worldwide has shifted, stabilized mostly. But the barrier between wizarding and outcast magic has changed. Thinned. Dumbledore says it's the most significant magical event since the Statute of Secrecy, and that the political consequences will take years to play out. He also says, and I'm quoting directly here, "Tell Harry that he has, once again, done the impossible and made it look accidental." I remain simultaneously proud and terrified. "Come home when you're ready, pup, or don't. It sounds like you may have found somewhere worth staying. Sirius. P.S. The Malfoy boy. Really, keep your wand sharp." Harry folded both letters carefully and placed them on his bedside table. He lay back and stared at the ceiling and let the words settle into him. Home. Sirius had used the word too, but differently. Come home or don't. Permission, not direction. An acknowledgement that home wasn't a place you went back to. It was a place you chose. On the third day, Harry was released from the infirmary. Wednesday had been released the night before and had immediately disappeared into the Nightshade Library, presumably to catalog the aftermath with the obsessive thoroughness that Harry was beginning to recognize as her primary coping mechanism. He walked the grounds alone. The rain had stopped, replaced by a cool, clear autumn day that made the campus look like something from a painting, the dark stone buildings sharp against a blue sky, the trees blazing with color, the students moving across the lawns with an energy that was different from before. Lighter. The underground pulse was still there, but it had changed, steady, calm, a heartbeat rather than a countdown. The students could feel the difference. The pressure that had been building for months was gone, and in its absence, Nevermore breathed. Harry found himself at the training arena. The door was open. Inside, the sand floor was smooth and untouched, the walls repaired since his first assessment. He walked to the center and stood where he'd cracked the floor on his first day, and he drew his wand. He cast a spell. A simple one, Lumos. The light that bloomed from his wand tip was different, brighter, warmer, and threaded through it, visible only to his resonance-strained senses, was a second light, the blue-white glow of outcast energy, woven into the wizarding spell like a harmony into a melody. Two systems working together. Not forced, not merged by violence. Coexisting. Complementary. He extinguished the light and stood in the empty arena and felt, for the first time in his life, like he knew what he was, not the boy who lived, not the chosen one. Not a wizard, not an outcast, not a label assigned by someone else's system. Just Harry. A bridge between worlds, built by accident and sacrifice and love, strengthened by choice and training and the specific, stubborn refusal to let anyone else decide what he was capable of. He pocketed his wand and walked out. Wednesday was waiting for him on the roof. Not his usual roof spot, the flat section above the Claw's dormitory where he'd brooded and talked with Enid and watched the stars. A different roof. Higher up on the main building, accessible through a window she'd probably picked the lock on. The view from here encompassed the entire campus, the surrounding forest, the distant glimmer of Jericho, and the mountains beyond, rolling toward a horizon that seemed impossibly far away. She sat on the edge, her legs dangling over a drop that would have made a less morbid person nervous. Things sat beside her, tapping out a rhythm on the stone that matched the new, steady pulse from underground. "You're out of bed," Harry said, settling beside her. "I was released 20 hours ago." "I meant metaphorically, you've been in the library." "The library is more comfortable than any bed I've ever slept in." She looked at him sidelong. "How are your hands?" He held them up. The burns were almost healed, faded pink lines across his palms where the anchor stone had blazed. "Doctor." "Marin's salve is remarkable. Dr. Marin grows her medicines from her own body. I find it simultaneously impressive and deeply unsettling." They sat in comfortable silence. The evening was settling over Nevermore, the sky shifting from blue to amber to the deep purple-gray of approaching night. Lights were coming on in the buildings below, warm squares of gold in the Gothic stone. Students drifted across the grounds in pairs and groups, their laughter drifting up on the cool air. "Weems called a meeting," Wednesday said. "Tomorrow, faculty, student council, you and me. The anchor stone's effects on the global ley line network need to be addressed. Dumbledore has apparently been in communication with the American Magical Congress, and neither organization knows what to do with the fact that the barrier between wizard and outcast magic is now permeable. Is that a problem? It's a change. Changes are problems until they're opportunities. The transition period is going to be turbulent." She paused. "The British ministry is already making noise about your involvement. Fudge wants to claim credit for the ley line stabilization. Umbridge wants to claim you went rogue and used dark magic on foreign soil. Of course she does. Dumbledore is handling them. He's apparently quite good at political warfare when properly motivated. He's had practice." More silence. The stars were coming out, one by one, and Harry watched them appear and thought about all the ceilings he'd stared at in his life. The cupboard under the stairs, the Gryffindor dormitory, the Nevermore infirmary. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall that showed these same stars from the other side of the ocean. "What do your visions show now?" he asked. Wednesday was quiet for a long time, long enough that Harry thought she might not answer. Then she said, "They've changed, fundamentally. Before the convergence, every future I could see was shaped by the threat, by Voss, by the seal failing, by the catastrophe bearing down on us. Every timeline was a variation on the same disaster, and the best I could find was the version where we survived it. And now the futures are open, multiple, branching. I see possibilities instead of inevitabilities. I see." She stopped, started again, more carefully. "I see you still. In most of the futures I can see you're there, but you're not bleeding underground. You're here at Nevermore, building something." "Building what? I don't know yet. The visions are too new, too varied, but the shape of them is different. They're not warnings anymore. They are." She searched for the word, and Harry could see the effort it cost her to find it. This girl who weaponized language, who wielded words like scalpels, struggling with a concept that existed outside her considerable vocabulary. "They're invitations." Harry looked at her. At this girl who had found him at his lowest and offered him not rescue but purpose. Who had fought beside him in the dark. Who had taken a psychic assault that should have destroyed her and held the line so he could work. Who was sitting on a rooftop beside him with her braids undone and her composure softened by starlight, and who was telling him, in the only way she knew how, that the future looked brighter than she'd ever seen it. "I'm staying," Harry said. She looked at him. "You haven't been asked." "I'm staying anyway. This is where I'm supposed to be, not because of a prophecy or a vision or because someone told me to, because I choose it. Your friends in Britain will understand and they'll visit. Ron's already threatening to swim the Atlantic. The ministry can go to hell. They expelled me. They don't get a say in where I go next. The war, Voldemort, is still out there, still coming. But the ley line network isn't feeding his power anymore, and when the time comes to face him, and it will, I'll be ready. Better ready than I would have been at Hogwarts, because I'll have trained in both systems with people who understand what I am. Wednesday was quiet. The wind stirred her loose hair, and Thing tapped his rhythm on the stone, and the new pulse from underground beat steady and calm beneath them. "You're making a strategic argument," she said, "but that's not why you're staying." No, why then? Harry thought about it, about Enid's fierce, tearful smile in the cavern, about Thornton's grin, unbroken by pain, about Amex. Lies and Jedian, putting their lives on the line for a school that was more than a school. About Malfoy, grabbing Jedian's arm with a hand he didn't recognize and holding on anyway. About Bianca, commanding 300 voices into a song that shook the earth. About Wednesday, who had needed help and had been brave enough to ask for it in the only way she knew how. "Because for the first time in my life, I'm somewhere that doesn't need me to be something I'm not," Harry said. "Hogwarts needed me to be the boy who lived, the Ministry needed me to be quiet. Dumbledore needed me to be a weapon, my family needed me to be invisible." He paused. "Here I'm just Harry, and it turns out that's enough." Wednesday looked at him for a long time. The stars reflected in her dark eyes, and the evening wrapped around them, and the school hummed below like a living thing, 300 outcast hearts beating in a rhythm that Harry's own heart had learned to match. "You're being sentimental," she said. "Yeah. It's extremely out of character for both of us." "Yeah, I'm uncomfortable." "Me too." A pause. Then Wednesday Addams did something Harry had never seen her do, something he suspected almost no one had ever seen her do, something she would deny to her grave if anyone asked. She smiled, small, brief. Gone almost before it existed. But real as the stars and the stone and the steady pulse beneath them. A smile that cracked through 2 layers of composure and a lifetime of carefully maintained detachment and revealed, for one unguarded instant, something warm and fierce and human underneath. Then it was gone, and she was Wednesday again, flat, composed, the blade resheathed. "Don't tell Enid about that," she said. "About what? Good." They sat on the roof and watched the stars come out over Nevermore Academy, and the school settled into its evening rhythms, and the world beyond the campus did what the world always does. It kept going, complicated and dangerous and full of fights not yet fought. And it would be there in the morning, demanding everything they had, but that was the morning. Tonight was theirs. Harry thought about the year ahead, about Voldemort still gathering power in Britain, about the Ministry scrambling to understand a changed magical landscape, about the permeable barrier between wizard and outcast and the upheaval it would cause and the new alliances and conflicts it would create, about Dumbledore planning, about Sirius waiting, about Ron and Hermione, who would always be his first family, his anchor to the world he'd come from. And about the world he'd found, Nevermore, with its monsters and misfits and magnificent, dangerous outcasts. Wednesday, with her visions and her blades and her terrifying honesty. Enid, with her wolf and her warmth and her inexhaustible capacity for joy. Malfoy, who might yet become something none of them expected. Bianca, who commanded rooms and sang storms into submission. Thornton, who grinned at broken bones. The whole impossible, improbable, extraordinary community of people who'd been rejected by the world and had built their own. His people, now his home. The fight wasn't over. It was never over for people like them, people who carried darkness and light in equal measure, who lived at the edges of things, who were too strange and too powerful and too stubbornly alive to fit into the boxes the world made for them. But for the first time, Harry wasn't fighting alone. And for the first time, he wasn't fighting because someone else told him to. He was fighting because he'd chosen to, because the people beside him were worth fighting for. Because the bridge he'd become, between wizard and outcast, between darkness and light, between the world that had expelled him and the world that had taken him in, was something no one else could be, and he was done apologizing for it. The stars burned. The pulse beat. Wednesday sat beside him, sharp and still and present, and the distance between them was exactly right, close enough to matter, far enough to breathe. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, he agreed. Tomorrow they'd plan. Tomorrow they'd prepare. Tomorrow the next crisis would begin its slow approach. Because crises always did, because the world was built that way. Because people like Harry and Wednesday existed precisely because the universe had a persistent need for stubborn, brilliant, damaged people who refused to let it destroy itself. But tonight they sat on a roof and watched the stars, and the school hummed beneath them, and the future, for the first time in either of their lives, was not a threat but a promise. An invitation, as Wednesday had said, and they intended to accept.